However, something that greatly surprised the monk happened. Although the 10 strands of fire did not penetrate the golden phantom, they suddenly flashed with a red light and transformed into thick red fire chains. These chains, like lightning, coiled around the golden phantom tightly, binding it completely. Seeing this, the monk was first stunned, but quickly raised his hand and flicked it towards the sky. A white sword light flashed from his fingertip, sharply cutting towards the fire chains. With a pleasant ringing sound, the red glow and white light intertwined slightly, and the sword light was deflected, only making a small dent in the thick fire chains, failing to completely sever them. The monk's face darkened. Seeing the 3-colored fire bird and purple fire wave about to sweep in, he hurriedly stomped his foot on the white lotus beneath him, and a dragon-like roar came from his mouth. His arms spread out heavily. The massive golden phantom, sensing the monk's anxiety, suddenly emitted a great burst of golden light. Its huge body swelled by half, appearing as if it was going to break the fire chains instantly. But the monk's heart sank as the next event unfolded. As the golden phantom expanded, the fire chains also grew in size, showing no sign of strain. The monk's hands formed another seal, causing the golden phantom to suddenly shrink by half. The fire chains also shrank and became thinner, clinging to the phantom like parasites, unable to be removed. The monk's face turned pale. Seeing the 3-colored fire birds approaching, he could no longer care about the phantom above him. He quickly threw a jade bottle into the air. The bottle spun and the mouth of the bottle faced the oncoming firebirds. Under a burst of silver light, a series of Buddhist chants emerged from the bottle, and 7-colored Buddha light sprayed out, wrapping around the firebirds and drawing them into the bottle. The process was effortless, as if the bottle was the firebird's natural nemesis. Seeing this, the monk's expression relaxed, but he quickly pointed at the bottle again. The treasure trembled and emitted another large burst of Buddha light, this time aimed at the incoming purple fire wave. It seemed he intended to use this treasure to also capture the purple fire. But at that moment, the silver bottle, which had been floating in front of him, suddenly began to shake violently. Its surface became uneven, and with a flash of silver light, a muffled, thunderous sound came from within the bottle, growing louder. Not good. The monk was shocked and scanned the bottle with his divine sense, discovering something alarming. He immediately became speechless. The high monk of the Thunder Sound sect then vanished from the white lotus beneath him, leaving only the slowly rotating lotus and the golden phantom bound in the sky. As the monk made his escape, the silver bottle exploded with a thunderous roar, sending out a 3-colored halo that filled the space where the bottle had been. The 3-colored halo grew several times in size, engulfing the white lotus and golden phantom completely. The golden phantom, trapped by the fire chains, could not move or evade. Although the phantom tried to resist within the 3-colored flames, it eventually disintegrated like a bubble with a puff sound. The white lotus was even worse. It turned to gas as soon as it was enveloped by the flames. 30 yards away, the monk reappeared in a flash of white light, but his face was ashen and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His previously golden skin turned significantly dull, indicating substantial damage to his vitality. The golden phantom was linked to his vital energy, like a life-bound treasure. Without expression, Han Li used his spell, causing the rolling purple fire wave to transform into a 10-foot-long purple fire python, which lunged at the fleeing monk. Before it reached the monk, a chilling wind arose, and the temperature plummeted to an extreme, creating an eerie sensation as if the entire space was about to freeze. The monk, standing on the white lotus, conjured another lotus similar to the previous one. Without moving his feet, the lotus flickered a few times and retreated 10 yards. He then let out a bitter laugh and said, "Stop. There's no need to continue. Fellow Taoist Han, you truly have great power. This old monk admits defeat." The monk, having only engaged in a brief fight with Han Li, voluntarily conceded and looked regretfully at the destroyed silver bottle. That bottle had been a top-grade Buddhist treasure he had worked hard to obtain. Seeing it destroyed in this exchange, he was deeply frustrated and did not dare continue the fight. Han Li, upon hearing this, gave a few flashes of his eyes and smiled, signaling with his hand. The purple fire python's form solidified, then rolled and vanished into purple flames. Only the white orb remained suspended in the air. Under Han Li's divine sense, this treasure and the fire chains that had returned to their original form shot back into Han Li's body, disappearing. Han Li then cupped his fists and calmly said. At the hall entrance, Han Li was met with gazes filled with awe. Although both were high-level cultivators, Han Li had easily injured the monk with just one serious strike. This outcome was far beyond what everyone, including Kanku, had expected. Even the young-looking Yanzhu monk, when meeting Han Li's gaze, showed a hint of unease, no longer as composed as before. Friends, your battle was truly eye-opening. I hope to reach such a level someday. Since fellow Taoist Han has won, naturally I will keep my promise and have someone fetch the secret technique for refining THE Chinese letter space. Although the silver-robed monk had lost, the head of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Kanku, was all smiles, showing no sign of disappointment. Without waiting for Han Li to speak, he took the initiative to make this offer. That would be troublesome for you, Pavilion Master Kan, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Kanku repeatedly said it's no trouble, and then took out a token from his body, handing it to a nearby core formation cultivator with specific instructions. The person immediately took the token with both hands and left in a hurry, heading towards the lower level. Apart from the heavenly mechanism hall floating in midair, the ground below was filled with many palatial structures, finely decorated, and with people moving about. However, these people seemed to have been instructed beforehand and did not dare to appear even during the intense battle between Han Li and the silver-robed monk. The person with the token quickly disappeared into a nearby pavilion. Han Li then turned his gaze back, and at this moment, the silver-robed monk, having rested in the air, descended. He took out a white pill bottle, retrieved a red pill, and swallowed it. "Master Yuan Zhai, are you all right?" Han Li inquired with concern. "It's nothing. I'll need to rest for a few months after taking this pill. But fellow Taoist Han, that fan you have is not an ordinary treasure, is it? My Arhat golden body, even though it is a top-grade treasure, could not withstand the gentle strike from it. It seems it is not a true spiritual treasure, but rather a replica of one. With such a fan in hand, there are few in the human realm who would dare to take a hit from you." The monk, seeing Han Li's gaze, smiled and remarked, seemingly not bothered by his injuries, but rather showing a sense of admiration. "Master, you have a good eye. This treasure is indeed a replica of a spiritual treasure," Han Li said with a smile, not bothered by the comment. Hearing this, the monk's previously indifferent face showed a trace of a smile. Just as he was about to speak, Kanku interjected. "Friends, if you have anything to discuss, we can talk about it inside the hall. Also, I happen to have a bottle of ancient spiritual wine, Jinlongyan. It is said that a single sip is equivalent to months of hard cultivation, and more importantly, the taste is absolutely exquisite. Why don't we all try it together?" The plump old man said with a smile, seemingly like a hospitable farmer rather than a pavilion master. "Jinlongyan, I've heard of this spiritual wine. It is said to be brewed from several rare fruits extinct in the human realm, with a flavor unmatched by current spiritual wines. Haha, don't be surprised. Although I am a Buddhist monk, I still have a hard time letting go of such delicacies. Back in the day, Kenku used dozens of jars of ancient spiritual wine to entice me into becoming a guest elder. However, fellow Taoist Han, do not mistake me for a monk who indulges in wine and meat. I still adhere to the other precepts." The monk, hearing this, was delighted and with a hint of a joke, addressed Han Li, showing a friendly demeanor. Han Li, moved internally, smiled without speaking. The group then entered the main hall once more. Chapter 12:28, Intercepting Midway. In the high skis, a green light was slowly advancing. A faint green mist enveloped a very young man who was casually playing with a light red jade slip in one hand, a subtle smile on his face. This person was Han Li, who had just left the heavenly mechanism pavilion. The jade slip he held contained the secret technique for refining the mustard seed space. To think that the mustard seed space, despite its great reputation, has such uncomplicated refining steps and mostly common materials. If that's the case, creating the space shouldn't be difficult at all, Han Li murmured to himself in the light. Heh, calling this a mustard seed space? I'd say it's just a spatial crack that can be used for teleportation. A true mustard seed space is a supreme treasure that can be carried around and entered at any time and place, came the lazy voice of the boy. Although you have a point, how could we human realm cultivators possibly refine such a treasure? The Kyankun belt you mentioned and the Black Wind flag I have are merely treasures with minor spatial abilities and cannot be called mustard seed spaces, Han Li replied dismissively. That's true. From what I know, even in the spirit world, there are only a handful of true mustard seed spaces. Each of these treasures is owned by the highest echelons of the spirit world. Otherwise, they would have long been taken by those who covet them. Now that we have the refining technique, we should move on to the Yin Luo sect and deal with the Ghost Luo banner. However, are you planning to directly storm the mountain? The boy asked with a hint of a smile. Directly storming the mountain is out of the question. Even though the Yin Luo sect currently has only one great cultivator, it's still one of the top 10 demonic sects. Who knows what powerful restrictions or killing moves they have within the sect? The Yin Luo sect is an ancient sect, and I don't want to risk my life recklessly. Hanli shook his head. Then what's your plan? The boy's curiosity seemed piqued. Very simple. Capture the leader first. Once the sect master of the Yin Luo sect is dealt with, the remaining nascent soul elders will be much easier to handle. Besides, we inquired about it in the market. Over the years, several major demonic sects have been eyeing the top 10 sect position of the Yin Luo sect. It seems the sect master of the Yin Luo sect has been frequently going out recently. As long as we find the right opportunity and kill him outside Mount Fang Mang, the sect's restrictions won't be much of a concern. But before we act, we must choose our targets carefully. We must not delay once we start. If a transformation stage cultivator notices and intervenes, it could cause a big problem. Han Li's voice grew grim. Indeed, although great cultivators of the human realm won't act easily, if you're determined to destroy such a large sect, those figures will likely be restless, the boy said with a slight smile. Han Li did not respond, but a trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He put away the jade slip, and his speed doubled, disappearing from the nearby skis in the blink of an eye. Half a year later, above an unnamed mountain range on the border between Fengzhou and the Lei State, a massacre was unfolding. About 5 or 6 black-robed cultivators were commanding over 1,000 copper-armored corpses, surrounding and attacking dozens of other cultivators dressed in various clothes. These copper-armored corpses were of a high level, and with the black-robed cultivators also joining the attack, the corpse chi was overwhelming. In just a short while, apart from a few high-level core formation cultivators, the rest of the besieged cultivators were devoured by the corpses. The remaining cultivators were in dire straits. At that moment, a long, stone-like howl suddenly came from the distant sky, piercing through the heavens. The howl caused the fighting cultivators to experience a sharp pain in their ears, followed by a buzzing sound. The black-robed cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this howl, while the besieged cultivators were all invigorated, showing joy on their faces. A massive green demonic cloud, several acres in size, roared towards them from the distant sky. The cloud moved at an extremely fast speed, covering hundreds of feet in a blink, nearing the combatants. I wondered who was personally leading a team to attack our sect. It turns out to be Friend Bai of the Blood Bone sect. At this moment, a cold voice came from above the battlefield, and a vague figure appeared out of nowhere with a flash of black light. The figure seemed to flutter its sleeves, and in an instant, it turned into an unnoticeable gray light, shooting directly towards the green demonic cloud. Old Demon Fang. A startled cry came from the cloud, and the demonic cloud immediately changed direction and fled without hesitation. HMPH, since you've come to my sect's territory, there's no need for you to leave, came a cold snort. Then, with a rush of air, the gray light transformed into jet-black darkness, doubling its speed. The two figures, one ahead and one behind, quickly vanished into the distance, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. Seeing this, the black-robed cultivators regained their composure and intensified their attack with the copper-armored corpses. The trapped cultivators, hearing the words "Old Demon Fang," showed despair. Despite their desperate efforts and killing many copper-armored corpses, they were ultimately wiped out by the black-robed cultivators. The black-robed cultivators then summoned black pouches, gathering all the copper-armored corpses. Instead of leaving immediately, they stood around whispering, occasionally glancing at the sky. After an unknown period, a dark rainbow appeared in the distant sky, approaching rapidly. The black-robed cultivators immediately ceased their conversation, standing to the sides with respectful silence. With a flash of black light, the dark rainbow materialized in front of them, revealing a shadowy figure enveloped in black mist. "Greetings, Sect Master." The black-robed cultivators bowed deeply, showing expressions of awe. Have the Blood-Bone sect members been dealt with? The figure shrouded in black mist, a SKED Chinese letterer LY. Rest assured, Sect Master. All 73 Blood-Bone sect cultivators who infiltrated our sect have been completely annihilated, without a single escapee. A tall elder stepped forward and reported respectfully. Bai Huo, the Blood-Bone sect elder, was also destroyed along with his physical body, leaving only his nascent soul. After this incident, the Blood-Bone sect should be deterred from targeting us again. HMPH, if it weren't for our lack of manpower, I would have gone directly to the Blood-Bone sect to wipe them out, the figure said coldly. The other black-robed cultivators did not dare to speak, standing silently, awaiting further orders. After a while, the figure in the black mist finally spoke again. There's nothing more to be done here for now. You should return to the sect. I have some personal matters to attend to and may be back later. Understood. The black-robed cultivators, showing no sign of dissent, accepted the orders. Under the watchful gaze of the figure in the black mist, they turned into colorful lights and swiftly departed, disappearing into the distant sky. Only the shadowy figure remained in the sky, floating alone. The figure stood still, staring into the distance as if frozen in time. After a long while, the figure suddenly spoke. Since you've been watching the commotion for so long, you should reveal yourself now. Do you intend for me to force you out? As soon as the words were spoken, the figure turned sharply to an empty spot nearby, its tone becoming unfriendly. Oh, Sect Master Fang, you truly deserve your reputation. You even managed to detect me. However, it was only after sending away your subordinates that you managed to uncover my whereabouts. Are you afraid of involving your subordinates? A strange male voice floated over, and a young man in green attire appeared, with his hands clasped behind his back. This young man was Han Li, and the figure in the black mist was, of course, his target, the sect master of the Yin Luo sect. To ensure he could accurately intercept this person, Han Li had spent over half a year monitoring the area around Mount Fang Mang, where the Yin Luo sect's headquarters was located, before finally seizing this opportunity and tracking the sect master here. Is it you? The Yin Luo sect master was shocked as soon as he saw Han Li's face, then stared fiercely at Han Li, clearly recognizing him. It seems sect master Fang also recognizes me. Han Li responded calmly, his expression serene. So you've indeed advanced to the late nascent soul stage. Now that you're here, are you planning to kill me? The Yin Luo sect master's black mist dispersed suddenly, revealing a face in his late 20s, though pale, and with eyes flashing with a strange blue light. That's right. Since I'm here, only one of us will leave this place alive, Han Li said slowly, his demeanor unchanged, as if chatting with a friend. Good, very good. Even if you came to find me, I was planning to go to Tian Nan to find you. There have been rumors everywhere that the old demon Cayenne and the cold Li of the little extreme palace fell at your hands. To be honest, I didn't believe it at all. So it's perfect that you came here to deliver yourself. I'll be able to avenge my wife and the other elders all at once. The Yin Luo sect master's expression changed several times before his eyes shone with a fierce light, and he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Despite the dense black mist, Han Li, with his blue glowing eyes, could clearly see the creatures forming within it. 3 towering armored corpses emerged, each clad in dark armor. One held a pair of short halberds glowing yellow, another wielded a long green spear, and the last carried a massive silver mace. These 3 armored corpses had exposed fangs and glowing green eyes, appearing to be corpse kings among armored corpses, roughly at the nascent soul level. Particularly, the one wielding the mace exuded an exceptionally dense corpse aura, hinting at mid-stage power. Han Li was somewhat surprised but remained unafraid. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned a small black bottle into the nearby air, performing a spell with his hands. 5 streams of grayish-white mist shot out from the bottle, rolling and revealing several humanoid skeletons. As they stood firm, their fangs began to gnash and emit strange laughter, releasing astonishing grayish-white demonic energy, appearing exceedingly fierce. The 5-hearted demons. The Yin Luo sect master's heart sank at the sight of the 5 demons. As a longtime associate of old demon Cayenne, he recognized the meticulously cultivated demons. But as he pondered in confusion, the 5 demons, under Han Li's spell, conjured bone knives and fiercely lunged forward. Go. With no time to hesitate, the Yin Luo sect master gritted his teeth, and the 3 armored corpses also charged out, not willing to be outdone, and engaged the 5 demons. The sect master then shook his sleeve, and a pitch-black sphere rolled into one hand, while a yellow, veil-like item appeared in the other. Before he could deploy these items, the 3 armored corpses and the 5 demons had already clashed. As they approached, the 3 armored corpses opened their mouths, releasing 3 green streams of gas. The stench was nauseating even before it reached the demons, clearly a lethal corpse toxin accumulated over many years. Ordinary cultivators struck by this toxin would lose much of their cultivation immediately. However, the 5 demons, being non-human, did not evade. Instead, they too opened their mouths, spewing out 5 different colored flames. This was not a duel for practice. Han Li intended to kill the Yin Luo sect master. Thus, the 5 demons unleashed their fully cultivated 5 extreme cold flames. The 5-colored flames merged into a sea of fire, not only dispersing the corpse toxin, but also engulfing the 3 armored corpses in a massive wave of fire. The previously fierce armored corpses slowed significantly within the 5-colored flames. Despite their abilities, the 3 corpses released an ink-black corpse aura, struggling to resist the flames, preventing them from being consumed instantly. Seeing this, the 5 demons did not advance further but retreated several feet, continuing to spray extreme cold flames, ensuring the corpses remained within the fiery prison. The Yin Luo sect master's face turned grim. He never imagined that the 3 armored corpse kings he painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years would be so easily suppressed by the 5 demons. Their abilities remained unused. But what were these flames? How had old demon Kyan's demons, now under Han Li's control, gained such strange powers? As the sect master's thoughts raced, he threw his 2 treasures into the air. The yellow veil spun, transforming into a massive net that covered tens of meters, descending to envelop Han Li and the 5 demons. The black sphere flew out slowly behind it. Han Li frowned, but quickly spat out a small blue cauldron. With a pat, azure threads shot out from the cauldron, forming a barrier that halted the descending net. He then summoned the Triflame fan and the 8-spirit ruler, shaking the latter toward the black sphere. A silver lotus appeared beneath the sphere, holding it in place. Though Han Li didn't know the sphere's power, he felt an intense unease as it approached and used the 8-spirit ruler to bind it, feeling a wave of relief. Seeing this, the Yin Luo sect master attempted to recall the sphere, but it remained fixed in place. Cursing inwardly, he realized his plan had failed. The sphere, a powerful treasure, was meant to catch Han Li off guard. Instead, Han Li had detected and bound it. At this moment, Han Li made his move. With a thunderous sound, wings of blue and white appeared behind him, and he vanished silently, grasping the Triflame fan. The sect master's heart tightened. He hastily performed a spell, enveloping himself in black mist, which condensed into a dark armor. With a low shout, blue arcs of lightning crackled over the armor, forming serpents that slithered menacingly. Just then, a figure appeared behind him as space rippled. Without turning, the sect master, anticipating this, shot a black light from his back, a black sword slashing down. With a soft clang, the figure blocked with 2 silver swords. The sect master turned, smirking, but was startled to see the figure, identical to Han Li, devoid of life. As he tried to probe with his mind, another Han Li appeared above, wielding the tri-flame fan, and unleashed a tri-colored flame. Recognizing the threat, the sect master swiftly retreated, releasing blue lightning serpents and a green jade tablet that expanded to form a shield. He also threw a golden spike, which shot toward Han Li with incredible speed. Ordinary cultivators would struggle to evade such an attack, but Han Li, adept in the 9 transformations of the gale, twisted his body, avoiding the spike easily. The sect master, now 20 meters away, looked at Han Li in shock. Han Li coldly eyed him, then clasped his hands behind his back, snorting. The sect master, puzzled by the gesture, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, screaming and clutching his head in agony. This was Han Li's perfected soul-piercing stab, a powerful mental attack derived from the Great Evolution technique, now at its peak form. However, despite the power of this secret technique, it only works if it catches the opponent off guard. If a cultivator is aware of this technique's secret and uses powerful spiritual sense to protect their head beforehand, this technique is mostly ineffective. Additionally, for late nascent soul stage cultivators, its effect is even shorter, lasting only 2 or 3 breaths before they can respond and forcibly suppress the intense spiritual pain. Curiously, after Han Li released the soul shock, he stood motionless, looking at the Yin Luo sect master with a gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. The Yin Luo sect master recovered from the soul shock even faster than Han Li had anticipated. In almost an instant, his eyes regained some clarity, and in a mix of shock and anger, he started to straighten up. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly tried to glance over, but it was already too late. A cold sensation swept across his neck, and with a strange black light circling around, his head rolled off. Chapter 12:30, Plotting Against Yin Luo. That black light was naturally the devilish marrow flying dagger. Although this flying dagger was extremely formidable and particularly adept at concealing itself, there were always some traces to be found when it appeared from the void at such close range, especially to seasoned cultivators whose spiritual senses had reached an incredible level. Thus, Han Li first used the soul shock to strike hard in the opponent's brain, causing their spiritual sense to instinctively retract within due to the intense pain. This allowed Han Li to then have the devilish marrow flying dagger flash out from behind and slice through the opponent's neck, effortlessly taking off his head. Victory was determined in that brief instant. Otherwise, even if Han Li had other means to defeat the opponent, it would have required a significant effort and time. The Yin Luo sect master had overestimated the confidence in his armor, never expecting Han Li to possess the devilish marrow flying dagger, which ignored demonic energy. The demonic energy condensed armor provided no resistance, allowing the attack to succeed in one strike. However, at the moment when the Yin Luo sect master was decapitated, Han Li, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished into the void with a flap of his wings. In the next moment, Han Li's figure appeared over the headless corpse. But then the corpse began to swell strangely, and with a loud explosion, a blood cloud spread out, most of it rushing towards Han Li. Startled, Han Li instinctively raised both hands. Thunder roared. Two large arcs of golden lightning shot out, quickly weaving into a golden net that shimmered as it counterattacked the blood cloud. Though the blood cloud was a vicious secret technique that turned the cultivator's flesh and blood into an attack, it was countered by the exorcising divine thunder. Upon contact, the fierce blood cloud dissipated under the golden light. However, taking advantage of this, a small black figure wrapped in a part of the blood cloud flew away. This small figure was naturally the Yin Luo sect master's nascent soul. In that instant, it had fled 30 yards away before revealing its true form, and then using the teleportation technique to escape, flashing a few times to move another 50 yards away. Now over 100 yards from Han Li, it seemed on the verge of escaping. Seeing this, Han Li's expression darkened, and with a cold laugh, the thunder roared behind him. His wings emitted large arcs of blue and white lightning, and several thunderballs appeared behind him, spinning around his wings. With a shake of the thunder wings, the thunderballs exploded, and the blue and white lightning poured into his wings. With a deafening thunderclap, Han Li turned into an arc of lightning, shooting out and vanishing. In a breath, the lightning arc reappeared 30 yards away, then flashed again, covering dozens of yards. He was closing in on the fleeing nascent soul. The Yin Luo sect master, looking back from the blood cloud, saw Han Li's wondrous thunder escape technique and was struck with panic. In a flash of dread, he abandoned any reservations and performed an incantation. The nascent soul transformed into a blood light and disappeared, intending to escape through continuous teleportations. At that moment, Han Li reappeared 40 yards behind and, seeing the situation, snorted. A fine blood mark appeared between his brows, flashing with black light as a pitch-black eyeball emerged. This was Han Li's cultivated destruction eye. As soon as the eye appeared, its pupil flashed black, shooting a dark beam into the void ahead. A muffled explosion sounded ahead. The next moment, the nascent soul stumbled out of the void, as if forcibly ejected mid-teleportation. The nascent soul looked incredulous, unable to believe Han Li had a way to disrupt its teleportation. Its face alternated between red and white before it gritted its teeth and vanished with another incantation. Han Li frowned, his expression darkening further. After another dark beam from the destruction eye, he disappeared in a flash of lightning. When the nascent soul was forced out of the void again by the dark beam, Han Li appeared 10 yards behind it. Panicking, the nascent soul shot several green threads at Han Li. Han Li flicked his hand, sending out several fire threads. As they met, crackling explosions revealed the green threads as fine green needles. Seizing the opportunity, the nascent soul tried to flee again. But this time, prepared, Han Li flicked his sleeve, sending a golden light shooting out and disappearing. The next moment, a soft thunderclap sounded ahead, followed by a scream. The Yin Luo sect master clutched his chest where a small golden sword was lodged, not piercing through but embedded halfway, with lightning arcing from it, striking the nascent soul. The Yin Luo sect master's cultivation, evidently an ancient demonic technique, was directly harmed by the golden lightning, causing the nascent soul to show signs of disintegration. Han Li's eyes flashed as he appeared above the nascent soul, rubbing his hands to produce a thick golden arc with a thunderous roar. "Wait, I have something to say." The nascent soul cried out, its face pale. But Han Li ignored it, raising his hand to send the golden arc down like a giant snake. The Yin Luo sect master was terrified, but despite his injuries, tried to cast another spell in desperation. However, at that moment, a tuft of green threads shot from the void several yards away, entangling the unsuspecting nascent soul. The green threads led to a small cauldron that emerged silently. It was the void heavenly cauldron. The great cultivator was alarmed, as his spells were stifled by the binding threads, his heart sinking. The golden serpent was unavoidable now, its maw wide open to devour him. In despair, the nascent soul closed its eyes, expecting death, but found itself unharmed, hearing a loud explosion behind instead. Opening his eyes in shock, he saw Han Li right before him, studying him coldly. "You." As the Yin Luo sect master tried to speak, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending several silver lights into the nascent soul's body. No. The Yin Luo sect master knew it was bad, but before he could react, he blacked out. Han Li flipped his hand, producing several restrictive talismans, which he then attached to the unconscious nascent soul before pointing at the small cauldron. The void heavenly cauldron emitted a clear sound, and the green threads retracted, pulling the nascent soul inside. Han Li relaxed, looking towards the 5 demons and the 3 corpses. At that moment, the 5 demons, empowered by the extreme cold flames, had the 3 corpses thoroughly trapped. As Han Li watched, the 5 demons morphed into ghostly heads and dove into the 5-colored flames, attacking the slow-moving corpses. Smiling faintly, Han Li collected all the treasures, friend and foe alike, and called the human-shaped puppet to him before descending towards a secluded mountain. The puppet followed woodenly. As the 5 demons gained the upper hand, Han Li reappeared, slowly flying from below, with the void heavenly cauldron nowhere in sight. Watching the 5 demons nearly finish their task, Han Li remained silent, observing their final struggle with a contemplative look. Have you really decided to infiltrate the Yin Luo sect alone? The child's voice echoed. It's not really infiltrating. From the information gained from soul-searching the sect master, as long as I avoid certain powerful restrictions, the Yin Luo sect poses little danger to me. Moreover, with most of their elders out dealing with other hostile forces, now is the perfect opportunity. I can eliminate the remaining elders first, and then deal with those out of the sect. Though the soul search didn't reveal the exact locations of the other elders, I have a general idea. There's no need for them to join forces against me, Han Li replied calmly. If you're so confident, that's for the best. But are you only aiming to seize the flags, or do you intend to bring down the Yin Luo sect entirely? The child asked, shifting the topic. Han Li pondered briefly, before coldly smiling. It doesn't matter what I intend. Without their great cultivators, and with several nascent soul elders gone, do you think the Yin Luo sect can maintain its status among the top 10 sects? Their enemies and those looking to take advantage will naturally come for them. There's no need for me to do more. You're right. Since the Yin Luo sect is a major sect of the demonic path, it must have many envious enemies and grievances. Otherwise, the sect master of the Yin Luo sect wouldn't be here, the youth agreed with a smile. Han Li smiled faintly, turning his hand to reveal a dark, spherical object. Staring at it, he fell into contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly tapped his storage bag, producing a wooden box that was neither metal nor wood. With a breath, the lid of the box opened by itself. Inside was another sphere, this one fiery red, covered in several restrictive runes. It was the treasure Han Li had taken from the gray-robed monk named Mo Jiu in the Xuan Yu cave of the small, extreme palace. Han Li placed the black sphere next to the red sphere in the box and examined them carefully. The black sphere appeared dull and unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it had faint gray-white mysterious runes on its surface. A mental probe revealed swirling pitch-black mist inside, containing extremely potent demonic energy. After studying the black sphere for a while, Han Li shifted his gaze to the fiery red sphere, which also contained astonishing fire spiritual power. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. To think that in the human world, someone was able to craft lei zhenzi in ancient times. I wonder if this crafting method was developed by ancient cultivators on their own, or if it was secretly passed down by the spirit world. If it was the former, it's fine. If it was the latter, then this person must have had ulterior motives. Han Li heard the youth sigh deeply. Lei zhenzi, is this an artifact from the spirit world? But this thing was called the immortal destroying pearl after searching the soul. It seems to have immense power, such that even a transformation stage cultivator would not survive after being struck by this pearl, Han Li said in surprise. The appearance is somewhat different, but it is indeed lei zhenzi. However, the two you have are quite rough and would be considered inferior among lei zhenzi. In the human world, the term immortal destroying pearl is appropriate, the youth confirmed without hesitation. Is this an artifact used by spirit world cultivators? Han Li asked, frowning. Cultivators can naturally use it, but it was originally crafted for mortals. It later ended up in the hands of cultivators. It's one of the few powerful treasures in the spirit world that can be wielded by mortals without any spiritual power. However, due to the difficulty in crafting and its excessive power, few cultivators have made it. At least, I don't know the crafting method, the youth explained. Mortals can wield it. Why would spirit world cultivators craft such a thing? Han Li noted a discrepancy and asked curiously. The reason is not easy to explain, but you'll understand when you ascend to the spirit world, the youth said vaguely. Though Han Li was intrigued, since this matter was related to the spirit world and did not concern him at the moment, he stopped asking questions and closed the box, storing the two spheres. Having these two powerful treasures was naturally a good thing. They might come in handy in the future. At this time, the 5 demon heads in the distance had already overwhelmed the 3 corpses, and even the mid-stage nascent soul corpse could not resist the onslaught. They were being devoured by the demons, which eagerly absorbed the pure corpse energy. Seeing this, Han Li knew the 3 corpses would be devoured, so he quickly began to consider how to infiltrate the Yin Luo sect. With his current abilities, as long as he understood the various prohibitions around the sect's mountain gate, infiltrating it would be almost effortless. Half a year later, the entire Dajin was in an uproar. In just 6 months, several nascent soul stage cultivators from the Yin Luo sect, including the sect master, had mysteriously disappeared, and their life lamps in the secret locations within the sect had extinguished. It was clear that these nascent soul cultivators had perished. What was even more bizarre was that many of the disappeared Yin Luo sect cultivators had vanished without a trace inside the mountain gate of the falling cloud sect. It was as if an invisible enemy had infiltrated the sect and struck down the elders one by one. Despite the high-level search and opening of all prohibitions within the sect, the attacks continued unabated, with one elder after another falling victim. This led to a state of panic among the high-ranking members of the Yin Luo sect, forcing several elders to stay together in a single room to prevent further deterioration. However, even those elders who were out handling external affairs began to encounter inexplicable incidents, causing even more fear and helplessness. In just 6 months, nearly half of the Yin Luo sect's nascent soul stage elders had perished, and with the disappearance of the sect master, the sect's power had been greatly weakened. When all the remaining elders were gathered in the sect for protection, the situation finally stabilized. However, the magnitude of the incident had leaked despite the Yin Luo sect's efforts to conceal it. As a result, other major sects, who had previously held back, finally acted, sending numerous cultivators to infiltrate the territory once controlled by the Yin Luo sect and began to encroach upon its influence. The remaining elders of the Yin Luo sect struggled to fight back, but it was clear to anyone with insight that the sect could not hold out for long. Although the Yin Luo sect had once been a prominent force as one of the 10 demonic sects, it had made many enemies. Now that it showed signs of decline, many would be eager to take advantage of the situation. Both righteous and demonic sects bordering the Yin Luo sect increased their activities. In a desolate area, a group of young cultivators was gathered on a hill, divided clearly into 2 sides. In the middle, 2 young people were directing a green flying sword and a red flying dagger in combat, clashing with flashes and roaring sounds. The onlookers, all teenagers in the qi condensation stage, were excitedly watching and whispering among themselves. After the green sword and red dagger had clashed for a while, the green light seemed to gain the upper hand, pushing the red one back slowly. Wow, the green spirit sword is quite powerful. It looks like senior brother Lin will win this time, a pretty girl said with a smile to a boy next to her. HMPH, this is nothing. If it weren't for his background in the Lin family, he wouldn't have a mid-grade spirit tool at such a young age. He's clearly at an advantage in this sparring session. If I had a mid-grade spirit tool, I wouldn't lose to him in a small test, the boy said disdainfully, his voice low as if afraid others would hear. The girl laughed lightly, showing some charm despite her young age. But before she could say more, the boy suddenly let out a startled cry. "What's wrong?" the girl asked in surprise, turning to look. Her face also showed shock. A strange figure had appeared in the sky nearby. Although it looked like a human male, he had a pair of enormous wings on his back, with azure and white lightning flashing across them silently, without making any sound. None of the low-level cultivators below noticed the figure's presence. If the boy hadn't glanced in that direction by chance, they might have remained oblivious. The figure, with his back to them, seemed to be looking at something far away, though the surroundings were empty except for some clouds. What is that? Could it be a high-level demonic beast? The girl, coming from a small cultivation family, recognized the appearance of shape-shifting demonic beasts from some texts and paled in fear. It's unlikely. Although our Huo is somewhat remote, it's not possible for a high-level demonic beast to appear during the day. It's probably some senior cultivator. The boy, stunned, managed to make a reasonable judgment. Strangely, despite the distance, the winged figure seemed to hear their conversation and suddenly turned his head, staring directly at them. The boy and girl's hearts raced as they met the figure's gaze. It wasn't that the figure's appearance was particularly frightening. In fact, the young man looked quite ordinary except for a black vertical eye on his forehead. This eye was emotionless and chilling, sending a shiver down their spines. Chapter 12:32, Unexpected Events. What is this? Could it be that this person is actually a high-level demonic beast in disguise? Otherwise, how could a human have a third eye? The boy and girl, horrified, couldn't help but think this. Before they could alert their fellow disciples, the young man in the sky suddenly turned around, and a dark light shot out from his third eye, disappearing in an instant. Then there was a loud rumble from the air, and with a flash of white light, a figure appeared from thin air, just a few dozen feet away from the young man. Upon closer inspection, this figure was an elderly man who seemed to be over 60 years old. He had a triangular hair knot, bare feet, and a long horse-like face that was extremely conspicuous. As soon as the old man appeared, he didn't speak but raised one hand and struck out fiercely towards the young man. With a fluctuation in the space, a large, translucent, yellow hand appeared above the young man's head and swiftly reached down to grab him. However, the young man seemed to have anticipated this. His wings flapped once, and he vanished from his spot, appearing elsewhere a few dozen feet away. His expression was extremely gloomy. "Old wind, you've been chasing me for over a month, knowing you can't trap me but still pursuing relentlessly. What are you trying to achieve?" The young man roared, his voice rumbling through the air like thunder. The low-level cultivators below, who had been watching the battle, were startled and looked up at the sky, their ears ringing. Many of them fell to the ground, and some, with insufficient cultivation, lost consciousness. Only a few high-level chi-refining stage cultivators with protective magical artifacts remained somewhat conscious. They were too weak to move, but could barely turn their necks to gaze at the senior expert in the sky, their faces pale with fear. These conscious cultivators included the boy and girl who had first noticed the anomaly. They, like the others, were internally lamenting their misfortune. Encountering a high-level cultivator in normal circumstances would be an extraordinary opportunity. However, encountering two high-level cultivators fighting was a disaster, akin to facing impending doom. The young disciples couldn't help but show their fear. Although they had never seen high-level cultivators in battle, they had heard many warnings from their elders. They were always advised to escape as far as possible if they ever encountered such a situation, as being caught in the crossfire could be fatal. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, low-level chi-refining stage cultivators were no more significant than ants and would not be given any consideration. HMPH, you can kill others, but how dare you kill someone from the Wind clan in front of me? How can I let this go easily? I refuse to believe that a mere nascent soul cultivator can hold out much longer. Even if I have to burn 10 years of my life, I'll capture you and exact my revenge. The horse-faced old man said with a face full of murderous intent. He then pointed at the young man from afar, and the translucent yellow hand once again turned into a yellow beam and shot towards Han Li. The young man's wings flapped again, and he vanished from the spot, reappearing 20 feet away. His expression was even more sullen. The young man was, of course, Han Li, who had just caused a commotion in the Yin Luo sect. The horse-faced old man opposite Han Li was a significant trouble Han Li had inadvertently provoked while killing the last Yin Luo sect elder. He turned out to be a spirit-severing stage cultivator with connections to the deceased elder. Han Li deeply regretted his choice of target at that time. If he had targeted other Yin Luo sect elders for the ghost banner, this trouble could have been avoided. At that time, the old wind was walking with the Yin Luo sect elder and seemed to be at the early nascent soul stage. Han Li did not notice anything amiss and therefore didn't pay much attention. After luring the elder out, the old man unexpectedly arrived at the scene and witnessed Han Li kill the Yin Luo sect elder. This caused the old man to immediately reveal his spirit-severing stage strength and attack Han Li. If it weren't for Han Li's wind and thunder wings and the swift Wind 9 transformations, which were exceptionally mystical, he might have fallen victim to the spirit-severing cultivator's attack. After a shock, Han Li immediately used his wind and thunder escape to flee. Otherwise, even if the Yin Luo sect recalled all its elders, he might have stayed hidden near the Yin Luo sect for months, waiting for another opportunity. However, encountering a spirit-severing cultivator made him abandon this idea and flee immediately. This inadvertently gave the Yin Luo sect a slight breather. At this point, a spirit-severing cultivator was Han Li's only concern. This also gave the Yin Luo sect a small chance to recover. To Han Li's frustration, the deceased Yin Luo sect cultivator seemed to be closely connected to the horse-faced old man, who pursued him relentlessly despite the cost. Han Li's escape techniques, though inferior to the wind and thunder escape, were still effective under the spirit-severing cultivator's assistance. Yet, no matter how far Han Li managed to distance himself, the old man would soon catch up. Han Li checked himself several times, but found no abnormalities. This made Han Li more wary of the old wind and led him to engage in a battle of attrition. He planned to rely on the Millennium Spirit liquid. He had to deplete the old man's spiritual power before escaping. But after half a month, Han Li became speechless. The horse-faced old man seemed to have an ample supply of Millennium Spirit liquid as well, as he was maintaining his energy level despite their pursuit across several states. Given his spirit-severing status, it wasn't surprising if he had such resources. Han Li found himself nearly cornered several times, having to use treasures to escape each time. During these encounters, Han Li also attempted to persuade the old man to cease his pursuit. The old man was clearly not a Yin Luo sect cultivator, so it was not necessary to fight to the death. However, the old wind seemed increasingly infuriated by his inability to catch Han Li and rejected all attempts to negotiate. Instead, he made threats to force Han Li into submission. Han Li, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and ignored him. Thus, the two continued their chase for several days until they arrived at this location. Han Li finally decided to confront the spirit-severing cultivator to gauge the difference in strength. He hoped to demonstrate that even if the old man could kill him, the energy expended would be unbearable for him. The old man would then likely abandon his pursuit. After all, with Han Li's frequent use of the wind and thunder wings, the protective divine lightning stored in the green bamboo bee cloud sword was becoming insufficient, which could lead to real trouble. Of course, Han Li didn't know that the old wind was also feeling frustrated and troubled by the pursuit. Han Li's cultivation, vastly exceeding that of an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator, was obvious to the old man. What troubled him most was Han Li's bizarre wind and thunder wings escape technique. Despite the old man's own exceptional escape skills, he frequently failed to trap Han Li, allowing Han Li to calmly evade him several times. This situation made the horse-faced old man feel quite stuck. The deceased Yin Luo sect elder wasn't someone with whom he had a deep connection. He was just a relatively close descendant. Given the old man's longevity, he likely had many generations of descendants. The old man, thinking that the spirit-severing cultivators in Dajin were few, believed that any revenge taken against the Yin Luo sect would not involve his own descendants. He had even used a unique secret technique on this descendant that could be recognized by other familiar spirit-severing cultivators, and sent inquiries to those cultivators to identify who had targeted the Yin Luo sect. After doing all this, he concealed his own cultivation, planned to protect the descendant back to the sect, and intended to wash his hands of the matter. The fate of the Yin Luo sect was of no concern to him. The horse-faced old man never anticipated that Han Li would unexpectedly kill the Yin Luo sect elder in his presence due to a moment of carelessness. If it had been another spirit-severing cultivator, the old man would have been willing to endure the loss without confrontation. After all, a battle at their level would cost significant longevity and was not worth the loss. But seeing that Han Li only had late nascent soul cultivation, the hot-tempered old wind was immediately enraged. He planned to kill Han Li on the spot. However, Han Li's escape techniques and divine powers were beyond his expectations. After a month of relentless pursuit with no success, the old man had not only lost several years of lifespan, but also had to use up half of his precious millennium spirit liquid. Han Li saw that the opponent was relentless and began to feel increasingly annoyed. Since advancing to the late nascent soul stage, he had never truly unleashed the full power of his two heavenly treasures. Additionally, he had finally gathered 72 Zhengjin flying swords. Once the dagger formation was set up, even he wasn't sure how powerful it would be, but he was confident that even a divine transformation stage cultivator would struggle to escape unscathed. Moreover, he had 2 extermination beads as trump cards. Although he had considered it numerous times, Han Li pondered it once more and felt he could indeed fight the opponent. So, when the large yellow hand reached for him again, he didn't use the thunder wings to dodge. Instead, he raised his hand, and with a flash of dazzling golden light, the sword light sliced the hand into 2 halves, dispersing it. This counterattack left Feng Leaguai momentarily stunned, and his eyes narrowed. When he caught up with Han Li, who stood motionless in the air, he was already a bit suspicious. Hence, his previous attack was merely a test. Now that Han Li counterattacked, he realized that this late nascent soul stage cultivator was probably forced into a corner and ready to fight him head-on. Though Feng Leagui's expression remained impassive, inwardly he was pleased. If Han Li continued to flee, he would have doubted whether it was worth continuing to deplete his lifespan in pursuit. But now that Han Li intended to fight, he only needed to consume a bit more of his essence to completely destroy Han Li and end this tiresome chase. Feng Leagui took a deep breath and, without further words, touched his own head. A flash of blue light revealed a hexagonal jade plate, ancient in style, with various runes flickering on its surface, looking extremely mysterious. Seeing this treasure, the horse-faced elder smiled grimly. Since he didn't want to lose too much of his lifespan, he would strike with overwhelming force from the start. From previous skirmishes during the chase, he knew that Han Li's powers and treasures were extraordinary and didn't underestimate him. Thus, he used his most prized possession. The jade plate spun in the air, rapidly enlarging into a massive object several meters wide, then stood upright facing Han Li, glowing blue with something faintly appearing on it. Seeing this, Han Li's heart tightened, and he immediately flung his sleeves, releasing dozens of golden small swords that turned into 72 golden flying swords, swirling above him. With a sword gesture, the 72 swords transformed into hundreds of identical sword lights. These lights danced, forming a golden haze accompanied by resonant sword hums, creating a spectacular sight. Seeing so many flying swords, Feng Leagui was initially surprised, but then sneered. No matter how many swords you have, can they outnumber my flying knives? Let me show you the power of my 10,000 blade plate. 10,000 blade plate. Han Li's eyes flickered as he focused on the hexagonal jade plate. Suddenly, the plate shot out a blue beam, which dispersed into countless blue lights. Each blue light transformed into a small blue flying knife a few inches long. The plate continuously emitted blue beams, quickly filling the sky above the elder with a sea of flying knives. The sheer number of these knives was enough to make anyone tremble. Although Han Li wasn't terrified, his expression changed drastically. The 10,000 blade plate lived up to its name, producing at least 3,000 to 4,000 knives, if not more. At this moment, Feng Leagui flicked his sleeve and uttered slash. All the blue knives glowed brightly, turning into blue beams that shot toward Han Li, creating a massive blue mountain of knives that seemed to cover half the sky, heading straight for him. Han Li's golden sword light was impressive, but compared to the knife mountain, it was insignificant. Well done. Han Li took a deep breath, his expression returning to calm. He shouted, and instead of using the sword lights, he raised his hand, releasing a green object, a green wooden ruler. It was the 8-spirit ruler. As soon as the ruler appeared, it moved by itself, producing a silver lotus shadow that grew larger under his infusion of spiritual power. In an instant, the silver lotus expanded to over 10 meters, completely shielding Han Li. 8-spirit ruler, you must be that Han boy from Kunwu Mountain, the horse-faced elder exclaimed, recognizing the 8-spirit ruler. The blue mountain of knives halted above the giant lotus. Does fellow Taoist Feng recognize me? Han Li frowned but asked calmly. I don't know you, but Xiang Lei Yagui mentioned you to me. I heard you're acquainted with the Linglong demon concubine from the spirit realm. The horse-faced elder's eyes flickered as he spoke. Acquainted might be an exaggeration, but I do know her. By Xiang Lei Yagui, do you mean Xiang Zhili? Han Li asked, puzzled by the mention of these two people. Humph, who else but Xiang Lei Yagui? Never mind Xiang Taoist. Let me ask you, did the Linglong demon concubine mention anything about spatial nodes before returning to the spirit realm? Did she leave you any shortcuts? The horse-faced elder asked with a deep breath. What do you mean? Didn't the Linglong Taoist already give guidance to fellow Taoist Xiang and Xingxi of 10,000 Demons Valley? You, being an old acquaintance of Xiang, should know this. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm. What do I mean? Don't play dumb. I inquired carefully about that event. It's clear you had a close relationship with the Linglong demon concubine. I don't believe she left without giving you something extra. Hand over what the demon concubine left you, and I'll let bygones be bygones. The horse-faced elder coldly demanded, not believing Han Li. Han Li wasn't easily fooled. Admitting it would only bring endless trouble from other divine transformation stage cultivators later. The horse-faced elder's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he seemed ready to command the knife mountain again. Han Li tensed up, and the giant silver lotus began to spin. At this critical moment, a voice called out to both of them. Wait, fellow Taoist Feng and Han, hold on. Recognizing the familiar voice, Han Li was stunned. Then his expression turned strange. The horse-faced elder paused and looked toward the horizon, where a yellow light flashed, and a streak of light shot over, quickly arriving between them. The light receded, revealing an elderly man with small, cunning eyes smiling. It was Xiang Zhili, whom Han Li had met several times. Brother Xiang, Han Li sighed, cupping his hands in greeting. I used to linger in Yellow Maple Valley in Tiannan for years. Calling me brother isn't wrong. But Han, I didn't expect the young Qi condensation stage cultivator to reach such heights. Seems I misjudged back then. I wanted to talk at Kunwu Mountain, but circumstances prevented it. Xiang Zhili smiled kindly. I didn't expect to see you again, brother Xiang. Han Li smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Feng, for my sake, if there's no deep enmity, how about letting this minor misunderstanding with Han go? After all, it was just a distant descendant who was accidentally killed. No need for a life-and-death fight. Your 10,000 blade plate, though impressive, isn't on par with a true heavenly treasure. Xiang Zhili said, smiling at Feng Leagyoi. HMPH, a mere nascent soul cultivator, even with a heavenly treasure, can't truly harm me. Feng Leagyoi sneered. Indeed, if he only had one treasure. But what if Han had two heavenly treasures and several imitation treasures? Xiang Zhili suggested, shaking his head. These words changed Feng Leagyoi's expression. Chapter 1234, Cooperation. Han Li's expression changed upon hearing this. How did Xiang Zhili know that he possessed another heavenly treasure besides the 8-spirit ruler? But after a moment of reflection, Han Li gained some insight. This information might have leaked from the little extreme palace. Han Lian had already guessed early on that he had the void sky cauldron, and most likely mentioned it to other palace cultivators beforehand. Alternatively, Xiang Zhili might have obtained this information from the chaotic star sea. Given his elusive nature, it wouldn't be surprising if he had been there. Han Li quickly deduced several possibilities, but his face showed signs of caution instead. Junior brother Han, no need to worry. Heavenly treasures might be rare and valuable to ordinary cultivators, but to us divine transformation stage cultivators, they are merely the icing on the cake and not indispensable. We've lived in the mortal realm for so long that naturally, we have 1 or 2 treasures in our possession. However, using such treasures consumes immense mana, and we wouldn't use them lightly unless our lives were at stake to avoid damaging our vitality, Xiang Zhili said, noticing Han Li's apprehension and dismissing it casually. I see, I might have overthought it, Han Li said, relaxing his expression. Although what Xiang Zhili said made some sense, Han Li wasn't fully convinced. If heavenly treasures were easy to obtain, no one would give up such an opportunity. Earlier, when Feng Leaguy saw his 8-spirit ruler, there was still a hint of greed in his eyes. However, Xiang Zhili's tone was quite friendly towards Han Li, making him wonder if Xiang was trying to win him over due to his remarkable skills or had other intentions. Han Li couldn't make up his mind. HMPH, brother Xiang, what do you mean by this? Why are you favoring this Han kid? Even if he has 2 heavenly treasures, I could still take him down by sacrificing 10 years of lifespan. Feng Leaguy snorted, clearly displeased. 10 years of lifespan. Brother Feng, you underestimate junior brother Han. If you insist on fighting, you might indeed kill him, but it would be a hard battle, costing you decades, if not more than 100 years of lifespan. Are you really willing to risk such a mutual destruction over a minor matter? Xiang Zhili shook his head, his expression serious. 100 years of lifespan. You're overestimating this kid, the horse-faced elder said in disbelief, scrutinizing Han Li again. That young fellow Kyan, Han Lian, and the recently missing Yin Luo sect master all met their ends at your hands, didn't they? Xiang Zhili asked Han Li with a chuckle. Yes, I killed them, Han Li replied calmly, though his eyes flashed with cold light. Hearing this, Feng Leaguy frowned. Junior brother Han, when you were at Kunwu Mountain, you must have seen the powers of divine transformation stage cultivators. What do you think the outcome would be if you fought brother Feng? Xiang Zhili continued, smiling. If we were to fight to the death, I would have a 10% chance of victory, a 30% chance of mutual destruction, and more than 50% chance of escaping with serious injuries, Han Li said after careful thought. Xiang Zhili was momentarily stunned by Han Li's response, but then laughed out loud. Junior brother Han, I know your abilities are impressive, but isn't this a bit exaggerated? To claim a 30% chance of mutual destruction with Brother Feng, where does this confidence come from? Feng Leagyue, hearing Han Li's bold words, also sneered silently. Han Li looked at Xiang Zhili calmly, and then flipped his hand, revealing a crimson sphere slowly spinning in his palm. Immortal extermination bead. These two divine transformation stage cultivators immediately recognized the treasure, and Feng Leagyue's face turned grim. Without saying a word, Han Li raised his other hand, revealing another similar black sphere. This time, even Xiang Zhili, who was stroking his beard, paused, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. I happen to acquire a few immortal extermination beads. If Brother Feng insists on a fight, I believe we have a fair chance of mutual destruction, Han Li said calmly, as the two spheres disappeared in a flash of blue light. Feng Leagyue and Xiang Zhili exchanged glances, each seeing the apprehension in the other's eyes. The immortal extermination bead was indeed something that could make even divine transformation stage cultivators wary. If caught off guard, it could truly be lethal. Who would have thought that junior brother Han had such treasures? But since I'm here, I believe Brother Feng won't pursue the matter further. These immortal extermination beads won't be necessary. Junior Brother Han's abilities far exceed ordinary cultivators, so treating him as an equal won't be a disgrace. What do you think, Brother Feng? Xiang Zhili said, smiling at Feng Leagyue. HMPH, I'll go along with Brother Xiang's wishes. However, I still need to clarify the matter of the spatial node, the horse-faced elder replied, his expression shifting multiple times before reluctantly agreeing. Indeed, even if Brother Feng hadn't mentioned it, I plan to ask about it. Junior Brother Han, don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must be planning to ascend to the spirit realm after reaching the divine transformation stage, right? If so, why not collaborate with us? Xiang Zhili said, laughing. Collaborate? Han Li was momentarily stunned, but then fell into deep thought. Yes, I believe junior brother Han has some information we are unaware of, but you will spend most of your time trying to break through to the divine transformation stage, leaving little time to seek out spatial nodes. Once a spatial node is found, we can all use it. Therefore, working together would be mutually beneficial. What do you think, junior brother Han? At this point, Feng Leagyue also stared at Han Li, waiting for his response. Han Li frowned and didn't respond immediately, instead pondering silently. Xiang Zhili floated in the air, smiling and waiting patiently, seemingly confident. Brother Xiang, by collaborate, do you mean only you and Brother Feng? Han Li asked after a long while. Besides the two of us, there's also fellow Taoist who from the Sky Demon sect. Originally, fellow Taoist Bai from the Taiyi sect was also going to join us, but he's occupied with other matters and can't assist. So our collaboration would include you and the three of us. Don't underestimate us old folks. Aside from that old demon Chi from the 10,000 Demons Valley, we are the only remaining divine transformation stage cultivators in the Great Jin. Xiang Zhili explained with a smile. So few divine transformation cultivators. I thought the great Jin, known as the holy land of cultivation in the mortal realm, would have at least 7 or 8, Han Li said, seemingly surprised. There were 2 more about 300 or 400 years ago, but as their time approached, they attempted an extremely dangerous secret technique. It failed, and they both perished. Their bodies exploded, Xiang Zhili said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Hanli also sighed lightly but then asked, I remember the exquisite fairy once gave you some information about spatial nodes, mentioning dozens of them. Haven't you found any? Of course we have. Although most of the spatial nodes are no longer viable or impossible to locate, we found 3. However, 2 are inaccessible due to fierce spatial storms at the entrance. Entering them would be suicide. The remaining one is barely accessible, but the node is extremely unstable, and entering it could cause it to collapse at any moment. We dare not risk it. I also heard that the old demon Qi found a spatial node at the little extreme palace, but the palace master discovered his intent and detonated the void spirit hall, destroying the entrance. The old demon nearly spat blood in anger, but eventually retreated to the 10,000 Demons Valley. Feng Leiguai suddenly explained, his tone both regretful and somewhat gloating. I see. No wonder so many high-level demon beasts attacked the little extreme palace that day. But didn't the palace master fear retaliation from the old demon? Hanli asked, puzzled. The old demon doesn't dare. Despite being an ancient demon from the past, the mortal realm is now ruled by humans. At any given time, there are enough divine transformation stage cultivators to keep him in check. Unless necessary, previous divine transformation stage cultivators avoided confronting him directly, allowing him to establish the 10,000 Demons Valley. But we agreed that the old demon must not leave the valley or wantonly slaughter humans. Otherwise, we would join forces to destroy him, Xiang Zhili said with a cold smile. I see. No wonder the 10,000 Demons Valley exists in the Great Jin, Han Li replied, understanding. However, I've recently heard that the old demon found another spatial node. But it's unclear if this is true or if the node is usable, Feng Leiguai suddenly mentioned. Old demon Qi is really planning to enter the spatial node soon. Old monster Feng, evidently hearing this for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, but this so-called soon will probably take 100 or 200 years to prepare. After all, the dangers of entering a spatial node are beyond anyone's knowledge, Xiang Zhili said solemnly. So old demon Qi's lifespan is also nearing its end. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impatient and would have continued searching for a more suitable node. The horse-faced elder sighed deeply after a while. Old demon Qi is unwilling to elaborate, but it's highly likely. Otherwise, given his cunning nature, he wouldn't be so hasty. Actually, it's not just old demon Qi. The lifespan limits of several of us are also approaching within these few hundred years. Xiang Zhili's expression turned grim. Taoist Han, we've said quite a lot. What do you think? Old Monster Feng's face also looked gloomy, but he suddenly asked Han Li. What Brother Xiang said makes a lot of sense. I truly don't have much time to search for spatial nodes myself. I can give the information to you all, but there's one condition. If you do find a suitable spatial node, I hope you can notify me in time so I can come and inspect it, making some preparations in advance. I don't want you to hide anything from me, Han Li replied calmly and indifferently. What condition could that be? Even if you didn't mention it, we would have done so. Perhaps we might even enter the spatial node together to assist each other, Xiang Zhili said, showing a pleased expression, satisfied that Han Li didn't make an exorbitant demand. Han Li nodded, raised his hand, and a white light shot towards Xiang Zhili. It was an ordinary white jade slip. Xiang Zhili's eyes brightened, and he grabbed the jade slip. After a quick scan with his spiritual sense, he revealed a delighted expression. Excellent, excellent. Not only does it contain a lot of information about spatial nodes, but it also has the layout for the reverse passage transmission array. If we can decipher this array, we might gain even more. Brother Han is so generous, we certainly won't break our promise. Here are 2,000-mile talismans, keep them for now. Once we find the spatial node, we will immediately send a message. Xiang Zhili, delighted, took out 2 jade talismans from his sleeve and threw them over. Han Li took them with a flick of his hand and stored them with a turn of his palm. Old Monster Feng, who had been observing Han Li's actions, also relaxed his cold expression upon seeing Han Li hand over the jade slip. By the way, Brother Han, there's one more thing to tell you. Given your current abilities, ordinary late nascent soul cultivators are no longer your match. Therefore, the restrictions among us divine transformation cultivators might also apply to you. You should be more careful in the future. What happened with the Yin Luo sect should not happen again. Xiang Zhili warned urgently after storing the jade slip, suddenly remembering something. Restrictions. Han Li's expression changed. It's nothing major. Divine transformation cultivators have immense power, and if any of them act recklessly, it could disrupt the mortal world. So long ago, all divine transformation cultivators in the mortal world established a rule. Once one reaches the divine transformation stage, they are not only forbidden from fighting each other, but also from interfering in the affairs of the cultivation world. This time, you wiped out so many nascent soul cultivators of the Yin Luo sect, including a great cultivator, causing some unnecessary chaos in the Great Jin. However, since you didn't know about this restriction and aren't a divine transformation cultivator yet, we'll let it slide. But now that we and Brother Feng have confirmed your abilities, which can rival those of a divine transformation cultivator, we'll inform the other elders. From now on, you are also forbidden from acting recklessly, at least not to the extent of wiping out so many nascent soul cultivators and disturbing the rise and fall of a sect. Of course, this restriction works both ways. Other divine transformation cultivators won't act against you casually either, Xiang Zhili explained with a smile. Han Li was initially stunned, but then smiled. It's not necessary. I never meddle in sect affairs. The incident with the Yin Luo sect was because their cultivators came to Tiansu to deal with me. I merely retaliated. Such incidents won't happen again, Han Li explained. The matter with the Yin Luo sect is in the past. It's best that you think this way, Brother Han. By the way, do you have any urgent matters? If not, why not accompany us to the Magic Mountain? I'll introduce you to Brother Hu. He's planning to take a few nascent soul female cultivators as concubines and sent me an invitation. Brother Feng, you should have received one too. Xiang Zhili changed the subject, suddenly suggesting. Of course, I received it. Otherwise, why would I be here? I heard he's taking 3 concubines this time, each with initial nascent soul cultivation and all absolute beauties. No wonder he likes them. But we've been to the Magic Mountain for Brother Hu's concubines 5 or 6 times now. He really knows how to indulge. His palace is already filled with beautiful women sent by his disciples. Why does he need more concubines? Old Monster Feng frowned, appearing rather frustrated. Ha ha, Brother Feng, you know as well as I do. Brother Hu's cultivation method requires the presence of women. But when he finds a suitable virgin cultivator, he treats them with great respect, inviting friends for a formal ceremony to give them an official status. Since he has no official dual cultivation partner, these concubines are different from ordinary maids and are highly favored by him. Xiang Zhili laughed. HMPH, who cares if he takes concubines? It's just that every time we're invited, we have to spend a lot. This old demon loves to show off, and if we don't attend, it would offend him. And he has a discerning eye. Ordinary treasures won't catch his interest, Old Monster Feng grumbled. That's because we covet some of the rare herbs on the Magic Mountain. If you were like Brother Bai, indifferent to these things, attending or not wouldn't matter. Xiang Zhili laughed, seemingly unconcerned about the invitation. Are you referring to the Taoist from the heavenly demon sect? I wasn't invited, so it would be inappropriate for me to go unannounced. Besides, I haven't prepared a suitable gift, Han Li hesitated. Don't worry, Brother Han. Brother Xiang bringing a guest to the Magic Mountain is nothing to Brother Hu. Moreover, if we find a suitable spatial node based on the Jade Slip's information, Brother Hu would be deeply grateful. As for gifts, just bring a couple of ancient treasures. No need for anything extravagant. You aren't very familiar with Brother Hu, so giving too much would be inappropriate. This visit to the Magic Mountain is also an opportunity for you. The unique herb, Magic Refining Tianyuan Pill, is beneficial for breaking through to divine transformation. This pill can only be made from herbs found on the Magic Mountain and is impossible to find elsewhere. If you can get 1 or 2 pills, it will greatly ease the process of breaking through and sensing the world's spiritual energy, Xiang Zhili said with deep meaning. The Magic Refining Tianyuan Pill. Could it be the long-lost Magic Yuan Pill from ancient times? Han Li exclaimed in shock upon hearing the name. That's right, the very same. I didn't expect Brother Han to know about this pill. In that case, I don't need to explain further. Are you willing to make this trip? Seeing that Han Li knew about the pill's origins, Xiang Zhili was a bit surprised but smiled as he asked. Han Li's expression fluctuated, showing hesitation. The Moon Fog Mountain Range is located in the northwest of the Great Jin, spanning 2 provinces and stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. The range is filled with countless dangerous peaks, the largest of which stands tens of thousands of feet high. Its upper half is perpetually covered in snow. At the top of this mountain is a vast, flat area, spanning tens of miles, where a massive palace complex has been built. Numerous exquisite pavilions and towers, all made from precious wood or rare jade, dot the landscape. An enormous formation surrounds the entire mountaintop, creating a protected environment. While outside the formation, icy winds howl and snow covers the ground. Inside, it remains as warm as spring, with countless exotic flowers and spiritual trees. Among the buildings, graceful and beautiful women in colorful palace dresses play and frolic, their laughter like silver bells, mesmerizing anyone who hears it. This place appears like an earthly paradise. This is the Magic Mountain, known to very few in the Great Jin's cultivation world, and these structures are part of the famous Magic Palace. The owner of the Magic Palace is Hu Qinglei, one of the few remaining divine transformation cultivators in the Great Jin, and a grand elder of the heavenly demon sect. Over 1,000 years ago, Hu Qinglei was a figure of immense power in the Great Jin, personally elevating the heavenly demon sect to prominence. Now, he was hosting a grand banquet in the largest hall of the Magic Palace, entertaining a group of distinguished guests. The group of guests was not large, only 7 or 8 people, seated on both sides of the hall. In the center of the hall, dozens of graceful women in palace attire danced elegantly, their bright eyes and charming smiles captivating the onlookers. The entire hall was filled with a vibrant and joyful atmosphere. On the main seat of the hall, a sickly-looking old man with a wooden crown leaned back against his chair, his eyes half-closed, appearing relaxed and content. Chapter 12:36. Guests of the Demon Palace. Seated on both sides of the grand hall were guests, both men and women, each with a smile and an extraordinary bearing. After a brief moment, the women in palace attire finished their dance and respectfully bowed to the elderly man in the main seat before exiting the hall. Senior Hu, it seems this batch of maids is superior to the last. Fellow Taoist, Yu has put a lot of effort into this matter, said a scholar in a blue robe, smiling. Heth, I have no other hobbies in life but a weakness for women. If I can overcome this, perhaps it will be the time for another breakthrough in my cultivation. I hope that my junior nephews, instead of focusing on this, will devote more effort to their cultivation. If any of them could reach the divine transformation stage, then even if I were to pass away, the heavenly demon sect wouldn't be easily bullied, the elderly man with the wooden crown said calmly after a light cough. Senior Hu, you speak too humbly. The cultivation of the friends in the heavenly demon sect is only a step away from the divine transformation stage. Breaking through is just a matter of time. And with the current power of the heavenly demon sect, who in the mortal world would dare to bully us? The blue-robed scholar said with a flattering smile. Really? But I heard that recently, The Yin Luo sect is about to be removed from the 10 great demon sects. In the past, wasn't this sect firmly in the position of the #1 demon sect for thousands of years, not any less powerful than our current sect? Yet, look at its downfall. Now, even if it retains its legacy, it has become a second-rate sect. The elderly man with the wooden crown sneered. The blue-robed scholar and the other cultivators looked at each other in confusion, unsure of the purpose behind the demon palace master's words. For a moment, no one dared to respond. I heard that this time, not only were 7 or 8 nascent soul elders of the Yin Luo sect inexplicably killed, but even fellow Taoist Fang of the Yin Luo sect couldn't escape and also perished. The Yin Luo sect has no clue who is behind it. This is quite strange. Did they offend some senior at the divine transformation stage? A man in a brocade robe suddenly changed the topic and cautiously asked, "Haha, I suspect most of you are here because of the Yin Luo sect incident, right? Rest assured, although we don't know who did it, it definitely wasn't one of us old guys in the Great Jinn. Otherwise, I would have heard about it. It might be some old monster from outside the Great Jinn acting on a whim. However, if this person strikes again, we won't stand by idly." Hu Qinglei's eyes flashed with a sharp light that quickly vanished. Hearing this, the other cultivators in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. They wisely avoided the topic and instead began discussing strange tales from the cultivation world. "By the way, Senior Hu, it's been 200 years since you last took a concubine. This time, opening the gates of the demon palace again, which female cultivator has caught your eye?" A green-robed woman who was quite attractive suddenly asked with a light laugh. Hearing her question, the other cultivators also showed interest. After all, though the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect was known for his love of women, there were very few female cultivators in the demon palace who held the true status of concubines. Taking concubines again was something even I hadn't anticipated. These 3 women are truly exceptional, both in appearance and cultivation, especially one of them who surpasses the other 2. The decision to take concubines was largely because of her, Hu Qinglei said with a smile, clearly pleased with the 3 women. "Haha, since Senior Hu praises them so highly, could we meet them before the ceremony?" A fierce-looking monk with disheveled hair couldn't help but ask. The others were also curious, eager to see what kind of beauties could move the heart of the demon palace master. As cultivators, we naturally don't have the many taboos of ordinary people. If you wish to meet them beforehand, you may. I'll have them bring a few cups of wine for you," the elderly man with the wooden crown said with a smile, agreeing readily. Hearing this, the fierce-looking monk's face changed, and he quickly waved his hands, saying he didn't dare. But Hu Qinglei waved his hand, and a girl in palace attire immediately bowed and approached. "Go and invite the 3 fairies out," Hu Qinglei instructed. "Yes, I will go at once," the girl answered respectfully, but before she could finish, a red light flew into the hall from outside and appeared before the elderly man, turning out to be a transmission talisman. Hu Qinglei's eyes flashed with a strange light as he caught the talisman. It burst into flames, burning fiercely. Oh, it turns out old monster Feng and old ghost Xiang have arrived and brought an esteemed guest. Who could it be that warrants such treatment from these two? Hu Qinglei muttered, his yellowish face showing some curiosity. With a turn of his hand, the flame was extinguished. Could it be that the guests are Senior Feng from Tianwai Island and Senior Xiang from Xiling Mountain? The blue-robed scholar asked in surprise, hearing Hu Qinglei's words. The other cultivators' expressions also changed. Who else but those two? It seems they've brought someone with them. I'm curious. Since they are here, I must go and welcome them, Hu Qinglei said with a chuckle. Then we should join you in greeting the seniors. The brocade-robed man quickly stood up. The others also hurriedly expressed the same. Hu Qinglei nodded indifferently and walked out of the hall, followed closely by the other cultivators. The entire Machuo mountain was enveloped in fierce, icy winds and snow, but beyond this was a huge yellowish barrier covering the palaces below. Through this barrier, though somewhat blurred, one could still see the scene inside. At this moment, 3 figures hovered in the sky above the barrier, 2 old men and a young man, floating motionlessly. They were none other than Xiang Zhili, old monster Feng, and Han Li. The demon palace seems even larger than before, indicating that old demon who has more maids. Tusk, it seems being the supreme elder of the top demon sect has its perks, old monster Feng said, looking at the palaces below. Why are you envious? If so, just tell him, and I'm sure old demon who would be delighted to have another supreme elder in the heavenly demon sect, and would surely build you a palace no less grand than this, Xiang Zhili said with a half-smile. No, my cultivation method requires peace and quiet. If I lived here for long, my state of mind would regress. Old monster Feng sighed and shook his head. Xiang Zhili smiled but said nothing more, for at that moment, a group of cultivators flew out of the palaces below, heading towards them. Han Li, who had been silent, now focused his gaze, immediately identifying the elderly man with the wooden crown as a divine transformation cultivator. But as his eyes swept over the other cultivators, he made a soft sound of surprise. What's the matter, junior brother Han? Do you recognize someone? Xiang Zhili asked, somewhat surprised. I have met one of them before, Han Li replied calmly. I see, Xiang Zhili nodded. By now, the elderly man had reached the barrier. With a series of incantations and words, a crack opened in the light barrier before Han Li and the others. Xiang Zhili and old monster Feng entered without hesitation, followed by Han Li as a streak of blue light. The barrier closed behind them. A moment later, they landed before the group led by the elderly man. Brother Xiang, Brother Feng, you seem to have arrived late. I heard you set out early, so what delayed you? Did something happen on the way? Hu Qinglei asked lazily after a slight smile. You guessed right, we were indeed delayed by some matters, but we'll discuss that later. First, let me introduce someone. This is Han Li, who will be joining us as an equal, Xiang Zhili said with a laugh, pointing to Han Li. Among the cultivators behind Hu Qinglei, one recognized Han Li and showed a look of surprise. Joining us, Hu Qinglei was visibly moved, his previously half-closed eyes opening fully as he stared at Han Li. "I am Han Li. Greetings, Brother Hu," Han Li said calmly, clasping his hands in a salute, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. This made the blue-robed scholar and the others widen their eyes, their mouths tightly shut. HMPH, old ghost Xiang, old monster Feng, have you lost your minds? A mere late nascent soul cultivator, what qualifies him to join us? Hu Qinglei's face darkened as he questioned sternly. "Heh, I have my reasons," Xiang Zhili said with a light laugh, his lips moving silently. He was transmitting his voice directly. Hu Qinglei's face initially turned somber, but after a few moments, his expression changed from surprise to excitement, finally nodding repeatedly. "Ah, so fellow Taoist Han knows the exquisite demon concubine and played a significant role in the battle of Kunwu Mountain against the demons. Tusk, it was you who recently caused the upheaval in the Yin Luo sect. I'm quite surprised. I thought it was the work of some nascent soul cultivator. With such divine abilities, fellow Taoist Han certainly has the qualifications to associate with us as an equal." After conveying his thoughts through sound transmission, Hu Qinglei's gaze towards Han Li softened. "I have long heard of Brother Hu's great name. I apologize for my abrupt visit and hope fellow Taoist does not take offense." Han Li smiled faintly, speaking with equal politeness. "Someone as talented as fellow Taoist Han, of course, who is willing to befriend. By the way, the other friends here to congratulate you. You two old fellows should recognize them too, right?" Hu Qinglei showed a slight smile and then spoke to Xiang Zhili and Feng Old Monster. The nascent soul cultivators standing behind the elder with the wooden crown were initially stunned to hear that Han Li was involved in the matter of the Yin Luo sect they had just been discussing. Seeing the elder with the wooden crown treating Han Li as an equal left them all astonished. Now, upon hearing Hu Qinglei's words, they finally had a chance to step forward and greet Xiang Zhili and Feng Old Monster. The two of them waved their hands, indicating it was unnecessary. However, after paying their respects, one cultivator suddenly cupped his fists towards Han Li with a look of envy and said, "Congratulations, Brother Han. It's been a long time since we last met, and you have finally advanced to the late stage." This green-robed, white-haired cultivator looked youthful and was the same Ku Zhu elder who had once fought with Han Li's puppet for the Wu Feng feather. He was still at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul, apparently unable to break through the late-stage bottleneck after all these years, limiting his path in cultivation. "Unexpectedly, we meet again, fellow Taoist Ku Zhu. My advancement was merely a stroke of luck," Han Li responded with a smile. Although he had an average impression of Ku Zhu elder, the latter's Wu Feng feather was crucial in refining the Three Flames fan, so Han Li responded kindly. Ku Zhu elder coughed twice, seemingly wanting to say more when Hu Qinglei impatiently interrupted. "All right, this is not the place for conversation. Friends, why not follow me into the hall?" With Hu Qinglei's words, Ku Zhu Elder swallowed his intended words and merely smiled at Han Li without speaking further. A group of people then descended towards the hall from which Hu Qinglei and the others had emerged. Upon entering the hall, they seated themselves according to rank. Hu Qinglei gave a command, and a group of maids quickly replaced the tables with fresh banquet arrangements. Han Li, Xiang Zhili, and Feng Old Monster were seated right next to Hu Qinglei, clearly showing their distinguished status. The nascent soul cultivators naturally found nothing odd about the treatment of Xiang Zhili and Feng Old Monster, both being of Hu Qinglei's level. However, Han Li, a mere nascent soul cultivator, receiving the same treatment made the others wonder and secretly speculate about his background. The cultivators present, each an extraordinary figure in the cultivation world, kept their curiosity hidden behind calm facades. One of them, sitting next to Ku Zhu Elder, quietly asked about Han Li's background. Although the inquiry was low-key, everyone in the hall could hear it clearly due to their cultivation levels. However, Ku Zhu Elder, having only met Han Li once, didn't know much. This left the other nascent soul cultivators feeling somewhat disappointed. Han Li, on the other hand, sat calmly, showing no reaction as if he hadn't heard the inquiries about him. Below, the elder with the wooden crown and Xiang Zhili continued their conversation, while the other nascent soul cultivators chatted among themselves. Since the three divine transformation cultivators didn't introduce Han Li's background, the others naturally didn't dare to ask rashly and pretended not to know. After a meal's time, a blue-robed scholar stood up, cupped his fists towards Han Li and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I heard from Senior Hu earlier that the recent events in the Yin Luo sect seem to be related to you. Is this true?" Han Li wasn't surprised by the question and nodded calmly. "The Yin Luo sect matter does indeed have some connection with me. Why? Does fellow Taoist have some relationship with the Yin Luo sect? I am a lone cultivator with no ties to the Yin Luo sect, but I have met fellow Taoist Fang of the Yin Luo sect several times. I was just casually asking. Fellow Taoist Fang's demise, was it also related to you?" The blue-robed scholar's eyes flickered, and his expression became somewhat serious. The other nascent soul cultivators in the hall held their breath, eager to hear Han Li's response. The elder with the wooden crown also paused his conversation with Xiang Zhili, looking over with a faint smile. "Since fellow Taoist truly wishes to know, I have nothing to hide. The Yin Luo sect's master was indeed slain by me," Han Li replied indifferently after observing the scholar for a moment. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators on both sides were in an uproar, their expressions varying. "So that's how it is." Hu Qinglei saw this and chuckled, about to say something when a palace maid entered and whispered something to him. The supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect's eyes gleamed, and he stroked his beard, saying, "Earlier, when Xiang and the others hadn't arrived, a few friends wished to see the 3 concubines I am about to take. I agreed, and now they are outside the hall. I shall call them in to offer a toast to the esteemed guests. He, at that time, please present your congratulatory gifts to see if they can satisfy these ladies. Especially you, Brother Feng, your gifts shouldn't be too meager. If these juniors outshine you, it would be embarrassing." Hu Qinglei laughed lightly. "HMPH, ever since I met you, I've given countless treasures in your demon palace due to your numerous concubines. It's truly a waste on you, old man." Fang Old Monster grumbled, looking somewhat resigned, but still took out a small wooden box and placed it on the table before him. Xiang Zhili also cheerfully took out a jade box without saying much. "Haha, I've never kept the treasures you've given for myself. Giving treasures to beauties is a joyous thing. Why be so stingy? With your wealth, these treasures are but a drop in the ocean, far less valuable than a smile from a beauty." Hu Qinglei laughed heartily, looking smug. The other cultivators below also took out their gifts, which included rare materials and dazzling ancient treasures. Han Li, having prepared beforehand, took out 2 bottles of pills. Such gifts, beneficial for advancing the cultivation of nascent soul cultivators, were certainly not lacking in quality. As Han Li examined the other gifts, footsteps were heard from outside the hall, and a group of maids in 5-colored palace dresses entered, escorting 3 stunning female cultivators. All the cultivators in the hall instantly focused their attention on the 3 women, resulting in a chorus of exclamations. These 3 women were indeed extraordinarily beautiful. One was petite, with fair skin and delicate features, still carrying a hint of youthful innocence. The second had a graceful figure and enchanting eyes full of charm. The third was tall with lustrous black hair and a serene, yet extremely cold demeanor. At first glance, the 3 women seemed equally matched in both beauty and cultivation. However, the tall woman's exquisite features and cold, alluring manner created a unique charm that drew all eyes to her. Han Li, who had been calmly smiling, was suddenly shaken upon seeing the woman in white palace attire, his expression changing drastically. "Come, the 3 of you, offer a toast to our guests who have traveled from afar to congratulate us. Xiling, you come up here and personally toast Brother Xiang and the others," the elder with the wooden crown said with a smile, beckoning the tall woman. The other 2 women immediately responded with a smile and stepped forward, accompanied by maids carrying trays with wine pots and cups. The 2 women began serving wine to the guests on either side, who stood up quickly, expressing their thanks. The woman named Xiling did not move immediately. Her delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at Xiang Zhili and Fang Old Monster above. When her gaze fell on Han Li, her body trembled, and her initially indifferent eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light, fixating on Han Li. Her jade-like face showed an array of emotions: disbelief, joy, and finally, a bit of confusion. It was evident to everyone that the woman had a significant relationship with Han Li, making the elder's face darken. The hall fell silent as everyone looked at the woman and Han Li with curious expressions. Chapter 1238, Assistance. So Xiling knows fellow Taoist Han? Hu Qinglei asked, his voice not loud but thundering in Xiling's ears. Indeed, I am an old acquaintance of Brother Han. Xiling seemed to snap out of her daze, her gaze hastily retracting from Han Li. She forced a smile, but her heaving chest revealed her intense emotions. Miss Xiling, I didn't expect to see you here. Han Li touched his nose and let out a wry smile after a moment. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person, and his expression quickly returned to normal. Oh, since Xiling knows fellow Taoist Han, that's all the better. Xiling, why don't you start by toasting fellow Taoist Han? Once you join my demon palace, you must sever all ties with your past. This cup will symbolize that severance. Hu Qinglei spoke casually after a moment of silence, showing no desire to inquire about Han Li's relationship with his future concubine. Hearing this, Xiling's forced smile froze. A maid quickly presented a tray to her, containing a jug and a green jade cup. Xiling lowered her head to look at the items on the tray. Her black hair covered much of her face, making it difficult to see her expression. However, after a moment of stillness, she slowly reached out and gently picked up the handle of the jug. The tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed slightly with her actions. The elder with the wooden crown's sinister expression also eased. Han Li watched as Xiling poured a cup of wine the color of rouge. She then gracefully picked up the cup with her slender fingers and walked towards him, silent and with a cold and indifferent expression, as if she were looking at a stranger. Han Li's lips twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. Fellow Taoist Han, please drink this cup of wine. Xiling's voice sounded distant and wooden, like a mere shell speaking. Those in the hall who heard it felt a twinge of pity. Han Li did not immediately reach for the cup. Instead, his gaze followed the cup up her arm to her body and finally settled on her exquisite face. His eyes narrowed slightly. The hall's atmosphere, which had just lightened, grew heavy again. The elder with the wooden crown remained unchanged, but a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Xiang Zhili, sensing something, glanced at Hu Qinglei, his brow furrowing, while Feng Old Monster, observing the strange interaction between Han Li and Xiling, merely chuckled without revealing his thoughts. The other nascent soul cultivators also had varied expressions, mostly showing schadenfreude. Han Li raised his hand and took the cup from Xiling, downing it in one gulp. His actions stunned everyone in the hall. Hu Qinglei's eyebrows twitched, but he quickly returned to normal. Xiling's wooden expression showed a moment of complexity. She gazed at Han Li for a while, then silently took back the empty cup and started to turn away. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Xiling has a restriction placed on her body, right? Just when everyone thought that Hu Qinglei's authority would prevent any further complications, Han Li spoke calmly. Xiling's body trembled, and stopped involuntarily. The hall fell into a deathly silence, everyone holding their breath. Fellow Taoist Han, are you drunk? Don't let the wine go to your head. Hu Qinglei's face remained expressionless as he calmly drank his wine, his displeasure evident. Rest assured, brother Hu, I'm quite sober despite the few drinks. I wouldn't speak nonsense. Han Li's eyes flashed, but he smiled nonchalantly. Is that so? Xiling, do you think fellow Taoist Han is drunk and unaware? Hu Qinglei looked at the red ring on his hand, his head down, and spoke indifferently. Xiling's expression changed several times. Her bright red lips moved, wanting to say something, but she ultimately remained silent. Sensing her hesitation, Hu Qinglei raised his head and looked at her. Everyone in the hall was startled, feeling a chill. Though Hu Qinglei's expression remained the same, his face now bore a faint black aura. His eyes had turned slightly red, gleaming with a cold light, unlike human eyes. Brother Hu, you. Xiang Zhili tried to speak, but the elder's icy words cut him off. Even if this person was brought by Brother Xiang, do you think I would ignore being insulted? If he doesn't give me an explanation today, he won't leave here. Xiang Zhili could only smile wryly, shaking his head at Han Li. Junior brother Han, you should know what you're doing. I can't help you with this. Consider how to explain this to Brother Hu. I imagine you have something to say to him. With that, Xiang Zhili leaned back and closed his eyes, no longer looking at them. Though Xiang Zhili said little, Han Li sensed a hint of protection. However, as a fellow divine transformation cultivator, Xiang clearly did not want to clash directly with Hu Qinglei. Hence, he gave Han Li a hint and chose to watch. Han Li smiled slightly and turned to Xiling. Miss Xiling, we have known each other for many years and you are one of my few friends. If you are under duress, I cannot ignore it, even if it means offending Brother Hu. However, before proceeding, I need a truthful answer. Do you willingly wish to marry Brother Hu? If so, I will not ruin this moment. If not... Han Li left his words unfinished, but his meaning was clear. Xiling's face was filled with joy, hesitation, and helplessness, unable to speak. There's no need to ask her. Once in my demon palace, she has no say in becoming my concubine. Even if she doesn't want to, what can you do? Do you plan to forcibly take her away? Hu Qinglei sneered, his words dripping with scorn. As expected, is this true? Han Li sighed but still sought Xiling's confirmation. A few years ago, I accidentally revealed my true appearance and was captured by several elders of the heavenly demon sect. I was forcibly brought to the mountain, so it was not voluntary. Xiling's gaze softened upon seeing Han Li, who had reached the late nascent soul stage and remained composed in front of the intimidating demon palace master. Her heart warmed, and she bit her lip, revealing the truth. Hu Qinglei merely sneered, while the other cultivators showed no surprise. Such forced abductions were common in demonic sects and among some rogue cultivators, unlike in righteous sects where it would be condemned. With Miss Xiling's words, Brother Hu need not be angry. I have no intention of opposing you. Everything in this world can be traded. What terms would you require for Miss Xeiling's freedom? Han Li calmly addressed the elder with the wooden crown, ignoring his hostile expression. Trade with you. Hu Qinglei's face initially showed surprise, then turned strange. Do you think I'm unworthy? Han Li asked, unperturbed. Indeed, you are unworthy. Even if you are stronger than an average late nascent soul cultivator, you are insignificant to me. Do you really think you can sit as equals with me just because Brother Xiang brought you here? Besides, what treasures could move me? Ah, I hear you have 2 spiritual treasures, but if I wanted, I could kill you and take them. Hu Qinglei's voice turned sinister, and a substantial black aura appeared around him, revealing his killing intent. Spiritual treasures. It seems Brother Xiang informed you of these. But did Brother Xiang also mention the immortal slaying pearl? And do you really think the spatial node information I provided is all there is? Or do you think you can still capture me and use a soul-searching technique with the immortal slaying pearl in my possession? Han Li's gaze flickered strangely as he suddenly whispered into the wooden-crowned elder's ear. The previously menacing Hu Qinglei's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes on Han Li, suddenly falling silent. Friend Feng, does this brat really have the immortal slaying pearl? Unknown to everyone, a soft voice, the same as Hu Qinglei's transmission, whispered in Feng Old Monster's ear moments later. It was unclear what secret technique Hu Qinglei used, but despite his lips barely moving, the transmission was completely undetectable. Even Han Li's powerful divine sense failed to notice anything unusual. Although Old Monster Feng was still somewhat displeased with Han Li, he couldn't lie when asked by the old demon. After a brief hesitation, he replied via voice transmission. This brat not only has an extinguishing immortal pearl, but it seems he has more than one. If you really want to make a move against him, it could be quite tricky. Hearing this, Old Demon, whose expression remained unchanged, but his heart tightened. The fact that the opponent had an extinguishing immortal pearl already made him wary, and having more than one could pose a real threat. But this wasn't what concerned him the most. With these thoughts in mind, the old demon suddenly changed his target of transmission to Xiang Zhili. Brother Xiang, the space nodes this brat provided might not be complete. Do you know anything about it? Does it matter if I know or not? If it were me, I wouldn't reveal everything either. The important thing is that he's willing to cooperate with us. As time goes on, he'll naturally divulge everything bit by bit. I don't care about anything else, but if you can't capture him alive, you must not harm his life. Xiang Zhili replied without even lifting an eyelid, his lips moving slightly. HMPH, but this brat is acting so presumptuously. If I back down now, wouldn't people think I'm afraid of a mere late nascent soul cultivator? Old Demon, who snorted coldly, greatly displeased. Friend Who, I think you've spent too much time in the demon palace and have become muddled. At our level of cultivation, what's a bit of empty reputation? This girl may be stunningly beautiful, but would you give up the chance for eternal life for a concubine? However, if you really can't swallow your anger As long as you don't harm his life and ensure he doesn't turn against us, a little lesson is fine. I'll pretend I didn't see it. Xiang Zhili replied indifferently. It seems I'll have to play the villain. Let's see what he can offer in exchange for this girl's Xiling. Old Demon Who fell silent for a moment, ending the transmission. He then looked at Han Li from a distance and spoke coldly. For the sake of friends Xiang and Feng, if you retract your earlier words now, I can pretend nothing happened and forgive your slip of the tongue. The threat in his words was unmistakable, but he also left Han Li a way out. Hearing this, the blue-robed scholar and old man Ku Zhu, along with other nascent soul cultivators in the hall, were all taken aback. They could all tell that the grand elder of the heavenly demon sect seemed to have some reservations about Han Li. Otherwise, given his earlier extreme anger, he would never have said such a thing. Curious gazes fell on Han Li, as the cultivators wanted to see what capabilities this person had to make the old monster change his mind. This time, the old monster truly became furious. His face turned ashen, and he uttered 3 good in succession. His gaze swept over Xiling and Han Li like lightning, and an astonishing aura erupted from him, turning him into a giant vortex. The spiritual energy in the hall rapidly converged towards him, making all the cultivators who felt his profound pressure shudder, and a single thought flashed through everyone's mind. It seemed the old demon was truly angered by Han Li and was about to make a move. With this thought, the 2 cultivators closest to Han Li exchanged glances and silently stood up, retreating a few steps to avoid being caught in the conflict. Although Xiling had successfully formed her nascent soul, she naturally couldn't withstand the direct pressure from a deity transformation cultivator. Her face turned pale, and she staggered back 2 steps, ending up in front of Han Li's table. A warm hand silently rested on her fragrant shoulder. A moment later, an extremely pure stream of magic power flowed into her body. Xiling felt a sudden warmth, and the previously cutting aura from the other side instantly turned as gentle as a spring breeze. Instinctively, Xiling turned her head. She saw Han Li's broad hand on her shoulder, and he smiled slightly at her. Although she didn't understand why Han Li was so calm, Xiling's restless heart inexplicably relaxed at that smile. Biting her lip lightly, she returned a shy smile with a slight blush on her face. Heh, since you want this girl so badly, fine, I'll grant your wish. Don't say old who didn't give you a chance. Since you claim anything can be exchanged, then use the 2 spiritual treasures in your possession to buy this girl's freedom. Old Demon Who, seeing this, laughed in extreme anger. He then retracted his astonishing aura and made a lion's demand. The other cultivators, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exchange knowing glances. In their view, the old demon clearly had no intention of letting Xiling go. Otherwise, why would he set such an outrageous condition? Spiritual treasures of the highest order were incredibly precious. Every time one appeared, it would stir up a bloody storm in the cultivation world. Even the great cultivators of the major sects would be envied for having 1 or 2 imitation spiritual treasures. Yet, old demon who was demanding two genuine spiritual treasures in exchange, showing he had no sincerity at all. However, the fact that he hadn't immediately taken action was already a considerable concession. And the fact that this young hand possessed two spiritual treasures was equally astonishing. But if not for this, he probably wouldn't have been able to single-handedly wreak havoc on the Yin Luo sect. The death of its sect master at his hands seemed to be true after all. While the other cultivators murmured among themselves, Xiling's face turned extremely pale upon hearing the condition. She naturally understood the value of spiritual treasures and knew that no one could possibly agree to such an impossible term. Using spiritual treasures as an exchange, your condition is too outrageous. I cannot agree to it. Han Li sighed softly and decisively refused. Then use the extinguishing immortal pearl in your possession, old demon who sneered, adding another condition. I cannot agree to that either. Even if I were willing to exchange it, I fear that without this treasure for protection, you'd have an excuse to turn against me and strike me down. Han Li frowned and shook his head slowly. Heck, at least you have some self-awareness. But aside from spiritual treasures and the extinguishing immortal pearl, what else could you offer that would interest me? I've lived for over 1,000 years, and if there were anything in the human realm that could move me, it wouldn't be in your possession. Old demon who said mockingly, "Really, that's not necessarily true. May I ask how much longer friend who has to live?" Han Li suddenly chuckled. "Even if my lifespan is not much longer, I can still live for another 300 or 400 years. Why do you ask?" Old demon who, surprised, replied. Hearing this, a mysterious look appeared on Han Li's face. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He was using voice transmission again. In old demon whose ears, Han Li's voice sounded. "If I could offer you a chance to extend your life by another 400 or 500 years, would you be willing to let Lady Xiling leave the demon palace?" 400 or 500 years. Are you referring to the elixir of return to Yang? The previously sneering old demon who suddenly straightened up, his expression drastically changing. Old monster Feng, who was observing from the side, couldn't hear the transmission, but seeing old demon whose reaction, he was stunned and looked over. Xiang Zhili also opened his eyes, casting a suspicious glance at old demon who. Old demon who realized his lapse and quickly composed himself, but his voice transmission to Han Li continued. "The only thing in the human realm that can extend life by that much is the rumored elixir of return to Yang. Do you really have such a sacred medicine? If you do, I can certainly let the girl go and even offer you some benefits." Old demon whose tone suddenly became extremely eager, as if he were a completely different person. "I don't have the elixir of return to Yang, but I do have a key ingredient for it. One portion of cold marrow," Han Li replied calmly without further suspense. "Just cold marrow." The disappointment in old demon whose voice was palpable, clearly conflicted. "If I truly had the elixir of return to Yang, why would I need to negotiate with you? I'd simply give it to Brother Xiong and friend Feng, and they'd help me take Lady Xiling by force. You wouldn't be able to stop them. You must be aware of the recipe for the elixir of return to Yang. Though sun essence fire is hard to find, with cold marrow, the resources of the heavenly demon sect should make refining the elixir possible. How about it? Using this material to exchange for Lady Xiling's freedom is a fair trade, don't you think? Hanley spoke confidently. To these deity transformation cultivators, a life-extending elixir was far more desirable than a couple of spiritual treasures. Hanley didn't believe old demon who wouldn't be tempted. Without this leverage, he would indeed have a hard time rescuing Xiling from the demon palace. Of course, he dared to present this because the old demon was already somewhat wary of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk provoking a deity transformation cultivator into attacking him outright. A moment of silence followed as old demon whose eyes flickered, his face showing deep contemplation. Old monster Feng and Xiong Zhili exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. They were unaware of what old demon Hu and Han Li had discussed that had so quickly dissipated the old demon's anger. The other nascent soul cultivators were equally curious, but none dared to ask. Chapter 12:40, One Strike. To my knowledge, cold marrow is only found in the small extreme palace. If not for the existence of a deity transformation cultivator in the small extreme palace in the past, and the extreme rarity of sun essence fire, this item would have been seized by other cultivators long ago. Although the small extreme palace no longer has a deity transformation cultivator, the cold marrow mysteriously disappeared a long time ago. I even personally infiltrated the small extreme palace to search for it, but found nothing. How did you obtain this cold marrow? Could it be the lost bottle from the small extreme palace? Old demon whose voice came over, grim and cold. Of course not. How could there be such a coincidence that the lost bottle of cold marrow would fall into my hands? I obtained it from the mystical jade cave in the virtual spirit hall of the small extreme palace, re-extracted from a 10,000-year-old piece of mystical jade. Even with this exchange, I won't be able to provide it all, but a small portion, enough to barely refine 2 portions of the elixir of return to Yang, should suffice. Han Li seemed to have anticipated the old demon's question and replied without changing his expression. HMPH, I don't care where this item came from. This thing is not suitable for frequent consumption, so as long as it's enough for me, it's fine. But if you really intend to use it for the exchange, I have another condition. If you agree to it, I'll let Lady Xiling leave Demon Hill. The old demon's eyes flickered, then he suddenly stopped using voice transmission and spoke directly. What condition? A flash of surprise crossed Hanley's face. He hadn't expected the other party to propose another condition. It's simple. In addition to giving me what you mentioned, you must also take 1 hit from me. You cannot dodge, nor can you use the extinguishing immortal pearl. Regardless of whether you withstand it, I will not trouble you further. The old demon's gaze swept over Xiling, and he said expressionlessly. Hearing this condition, Xiang Zhili's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Old Monster Feng, on the other hand, glanced at the old demon in astonishment. The others showed various expressions. Old Demon, whose drastic change in attitude had already left them puzzled. They didn't know what rare treasure Han Li had offered to make a deity transformation cultivator change his stance so suddenly. But upon hearing this condition, they were left speechless again. Take one hit from you without dodging. Han Li's pupils shrank, and he murmured, confirming it repeatedly. That's right, just this condition. If I don't show some strength, others might really think that the Grand Master of the Demon Palace can't even protect his concubine. The old demon said grimly. The hall fell silent again as many pondered. Did old demon who still harbor a desire to kill, intending to take this opportunity to strike Han Li down? After all, given the immense gap between nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators, how could one possibly take a hit without dodging and remain unharmed? While all eyes were on Han Li, Xiling's face turned almost transparent with fear. After a moment of silence, she suddenly bit her lip. There's no need for Brother Han to make any exchange. I've changed my mind. I don't intend to leave the demon palace. Brother Han, you should go. Her voice was bitter as she spoke. Han Li was stunned upon hearing this, but quickly understood her intent and smiled lightly. Before he could speak, the old demon coldly said, Do you think my demon palace is a place you can leave and stay at will? Once I've agreed to the exchange, even if you wish to stay, it's nothing but wishful thinking. Han, you wouldn't agree to this, would you? Indeed, I will not agree. If it's just one strike, I would like to try to take it. Han Li shook his head at Xiling and agreed without hesitation. The old demon chuckled coldly and raised a hand, pointing a finger at Xiling. She immediately felt a tingling in her dantian, cried out softly in shock, and several black threads flew out of her body, swirling like spirit snakes before disappearing into the old demon's finger. Only then did Xiling straighten up, and after circulating her mana, her face showed surprise and joy. The spiritual energy, previously impossible to mobilize, surged forth again. Han Li, using his divine sense to scan Xiling's body, finally showed satisfaction after a moment. The restrictions within her body had indeed vanished. Where's the item? The old demon asked coldly, unceremoniously. Han Li's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly raised his hand, sending a white light shooting out from his sleeve. Old demon whose eyes lit up, and with a flick of his hand, the white light landed in his grasp. It was a milky white jade bottle. The old demon's eyes flickered as he waved his sleeve over the bottle, causing the cap to open automatically. Simultaneously, black light rippled outwards, forming a black shield to prevent anyone from spying on the bottle's contents. The old demon's cautiousness piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Xiang Zhili stroked his beard thoughtfully. In just a short while, the old demon finished inspecting the bottle's contents and smiled slightly. After sealing the bottle, he made it disappear with a flip of his hand. Having done this, he looked up at Han Li, his smile vanishing and a strong killing intent emerging. His entire body flashed with black light, transforming into a black streak shooting out of the hall, leaving behind an emotionless voice. Han, I'll be waiting for you outside. Don't keep me waiting too long. Before his words had fully faded, the black streak disappeared at the hall's entrance, leaving only a faint echo. Han Li remained unflustered, calmly poured himself another cup of spirit wine, drank it in a few sips, then stood up leisurely. Brother Han, do you really intend to take his strike? He is a deity transformation cultivator, Xiling asked, worried. Don't worry. If it's just one strike, I have some confidence. Han Li smiled peacefully at her. Back in the day, even before advancing to the late nascent soul stage, he had managed to withstand a strike from the soul fragment of an ancient devil patriarch. Facing a deity transformation cultivator, he felt reasonably confident. Then I'll go with Brother Han. I'll watch from the sidelines. Xiling said resolutely, her eyes shining brightly. Han Li, meeting her determined gaze, hesitated slightly but eventually nodded. His body flashed with a burst of light, and he grabbed Xiling, transforming into a green streak that shot out and disappeared at the hall's entrance. The blue-robed scholar and others in the hall quickly followed suit, turning into streaks of light and rushing out of the hall. They didn't want to miss this spectacle. Even the other two beautiful female cultivators destined to become concubines, after a moment of hesitation, left with the palace maids. In an instant, the hall was empty except for Xiang Zhili and old monster Feng. They remained seated silently, not moving at all. What do you think? Old monster Feng asked. What do you mean? Xiang Zhili responded calmly. Naturally, I mean, what did Han Li offer that made old demon who forget about losing a concubine? There aren't many things in this world that can make the old demon lose his composure. Old monster Feng sneered. Since there aren't many, it's not surprising. What's there to be curious about? Xiang Zhili remained exceptionally calm. Aren't you interested in knowing what that item is? Something that could make old demon who act so out of character might also be of great use to us. Old monster Feng looked deeply at Xiang Zhili, his words filled with meaning. Even if it were a treasure that could help us break through our current bottleneck, or a holy medicine that could extend our lives by 100 or 200 years, so what? Do you think breaking through our current realm would allow us to ascend to the spirit realm? Or that living another century or two would allow us to reach the late deity transformation stage? If we can't achieve those things, it's better not to be distracted by external matters and focus on finding the space nodes. As long as we find suitable nodes, we will have a chance at immortality. Why bother with unnecessary distractions? Xiang Zhili sighed. Indeed, Brother Xiang's words make sense. It was greedy of me for a moment. Whatever the item is, once it's an old demon whose hands, it's out of our reach. And seeing the old demon's reaction, he clearly doesn't want to tell anyone. But he insisted Han Li take a hit from him. He must have ill intentions. Is he planning to use this chance to kill the lad? Old Monster Feng thought for a moment and then smiled bitterly. It won't be an issue. I warned Brother Hu in advance. Moreover, since Han Li agreed so readily, he must have some confidence. But let's go out and watch, just in case the old demon does something foolish. Xiang Zhili frowned and stood up. Old Monster Feng nodded and also stood. Their figures blurred and disappeared from the hall. The next moment, they reappeared near the hall's entrance and then vanished again. Meanwhile, 100 feet above the ground outside the hall, Han Li and the old demon faced each other in midair. One looked calm, the other expressionless. On the ground, several cultivators stood scattered, and from the nearby palace buildings, hundreds of demon. Palace maids emerged, chattering excitedly and watching the scene with eager faces. It was no wonder. Seeing their master's personal actions was a rare event. If old demon Hu goes all out, do you think Han Li can take his strike? Old Monster Feng squinted at the scene, then turned to Xiang Zhili with a peculiar smile. This depends on fellow Taoist Hu's decision. If it's just a regular strike, there should be no problem in taking it. But if he is willing to sacrifice some lifespan or even use his spirit treasure, junior brother Han might not come out unscathed. However, I don't think fellow Taoist Hu would resort to such a mutually destructive tactic. Xiang Zhili frowned and said slowly, "What Brother Xiang says makes sense. But Brother Xiang might not know that old demon who recently acquired a new treasure. It's said to be as powerful as a spirit treasure, but it can be used easily after a special secret technique is performed on it. With just a little of his own magic power, the power of this treasure is unimaginable. I reckon there's a high chance he'll use it." Old Monster Feng chuckled. "Is that so?" Xiang Zhili's expression changed slightly, showing some concern. While Xiang Zhili and Old Monster Feng were whispering, the two in the sky finally took action. The elder with the wooden crown flicked his sleeve, and a ball of emerald light shot out. After a spin, it turned into an ancient scroll, stopping in front of the elder, emitting a mysterious green light. Old demon, who coldly glanced at Han Li, then suddenly started chanting while forming hand seals. Under the spell, the scroll slowly opened, revealing a mysterious green glow and vaguely showing dozens of small green mountains in a beautiful landscape painting. Before anyone could get a clear look at the scroll, a green mist immediately gushed out, engulfing the entire scroll in an instant. From within the mist came a series of chirping sounds, and 18 green light beams shot up into the sky. An unbelievable scene unfolded. These light beams condensed in the high sky, transforming into green miniature mountains, each exuding an intense aura and emitting chirping sounds. Seeing this phenomenon, Han Li was startled. His previously relaxed expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he flipped his hands. Instantly, 2 treasures appeared in his hands, a green wooden ruler and a cyan small cauldron. With one hand, he tossed the wooden ruler in front of him. A silver lotus shadow emerged and rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant silver lotus, blocking him. The wooden ruler hovered at the heart of the lotus, radiating a dazzling green light. Simultaneously, Han Li flicked the cyan cauldron. A clear ringing sounded as the lid flew off, and a bundle of fine green threads shot out. Under the cyan light, the threads transformed into a huge web, covering Han Li. The void heaven cauldron itself shrank to about a few feet in size, hovering above his head. Han Li then formed a hand seal, and a golden light flashed on his body, forming a golden shield that clung to his clothing, a protective layer created from Buddhist relics. After setting up 3 layers of his strongest defenses, Han Li felt somewhat relieved. Seeing all this, Old Demon Who said indifferently, "Since you're prepared, I will make my move." With that, Old Demon Who let out a low shout and injected a stream of black light from his mouth into the green mist. The old demon was pouring his spiritual power into the scroll through the mist. With a muffled roar, the green mist churned violently, and 18 black light beams shot into the 18 miniature mountains in the sky. These mountains immediately radiated a dazzling green light, rapidly expanding into massive peaks of 50 to 60 feet high. The chirping sounds grew clearer, and foot-long green apes appeared faintly within the mountains, suggesting some other mystery within. The cultivators below gasped in amazement. Even Xiling secretly worried. Go. With a flash of black energy on his face, Old Demon Who grabbed into the air. A miniature mountain trembled and flew towards Han Li. With a few more grabs, 7 or 8 mountains formed a line and hurled towards Han Li. Even a single one of these massive mountains would be enough to crush an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, let alone 7 or 8 of them. Although there were still about 10 peaks left, Old Demon Who exhaled. His eyes dimmed slightly, and his movements ceased. It was unclear whether he feared the repercussions or the effort had consumed much of his magic power. Han Li was momentarily stunned. Although he expected a powerful strike from his opponent, he hadn't anticipated Old Demon Who would directly hurl several mountains at him. Even without knowing the mysterious properties of these mountains, the sheer force alone was enough to break through his spirit treasure defenses after a few hits. If it weren't for the prior agreement, he could have easily dodged using his escape technique, but now he had to stand his ground. Feeling bitter, Han Li quickly patted his waist. Instantly, a dark light shot out, transforming into a small black monkey after a spin. It was the Tihai beast. From another sleeve, a black bottle also flew out. The bottle inverted, releasing 5 human-shaped skeletons amidst a burst of gray-white demonic energy. It was the 5 sons of the same heart demon. Han Li rapidly formed hand seals while sending out a mental command. The small monkey's body glowed black, expanding rapidly into a towering giant ape over 30 feet tall. With a roar like rolling thunder, it pounded its chest. Then it snorted, exhaling a large cloud of yellow mist that condensed into a giant yellow fork. The ape grabbed the weapon, appearing like a demonic god. Meanwhile, The 5 skeletons merged into a single large skeleton in the swirling demonic energy, holding white bone blades. The giant demon and the beast stood on either side of Han Li. At that moment, the first mountain crashed down with overwhelming force. Before Han Li could react, the giant ape and skeleton took action. One blocked with the giant fork, while the other crossed its bone blades and slashed upwards. With 2 loud bangs, amidst the clash of various lights, the ape and skeleton's bodies shook. The Emerald Mountain's descent slowed, held up by the giant weapons. Han Li, who had just taken out a 3-colored feather fan, didn't show any sign of relief. More mountains followed, crashing in the same spot, piling up. Despite the demon and beast's incredible strength, they couldn't withstand the added weight. When the 3rd mountain hit, the giant ape's back flashed with dark light, and its yellow fork shattered. The ape shrank to about 10 feet high. Without the ape's support, the skeleton alone couldn't hold on. With the 4th crash, its bone blades snapped, and the 4 mountains pressed down, covering the skeleton in darkness. Seeing this, even the usually fierce skeleton showed a hint of fear. Han Li's heart tightened, and he was about to use the feather fan. But then, something surprising happened. With a muffled sound, the skeleton roared, spewing 5-colored flames, slowing the falling mountain. Yet the remaining mountains continued to press down. With a deafening crash, 4 mountains collided, exploding into a dazzling green light. Under the green light, the 5-colored flames seemed to support the weight. The scene was stunningly beautiful. Han Li was dumbfounded. He knew the 5 elements merged cold flame had a strange power, but he didn't expect it to be this effective against such massive objects. Seeing this, Old Demon Hu's face darkened. With a thought, 2 of the remaining peaks paused in midair before falling into the green light. A more intense explosion followed, distorting space, and the green light pressed down again. The 5-colored light shattered into fragments. But Han Li quickly formed a seal, and the giant skeleton turned into 5 streams of white gas, scattering. A 3-colored phoenix flew out from the feather fan, crashing into the green light. A large light ring exploded, mixing with the green light and briefly halting its fall. Han Li's eyes flashed as he pointed at the small cyan cauldron above him. The protective cyan net around him transformed into a cyan cloud, rising into the sky. The cloud merged with the 3-colored light, holding the green light for a moment. But with 2 more peaks falling, the green light pressed down again. Han Li took a deep breath, flicking his sleeve at the silver lotus in front of him. The lotus vanished and reappeared above him with a flash of 7-colored Buddhist light, expanding rapidly. Chapter 12, 42. 8 Spirits, Ruler and Tihai Beast. After setting everything up, Han Li didn't stop. He rubbed his hands together and then raised them into the air. With 2 thunderous sounds, 2 golden arcs as thick as an arm shot out from his sleeves. They merged into a massive golden serpent, slithering and striking towards the sky. Simultaneously, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a crystalline orb, which transformed into a menacing purple flood dragon over 10 zhang long, charging ahead. The silver lotus ascended towards the green light in the sky. The falling green light flashed, revealing 8 green peaks again. 4 of them were damaged and dim, while the latter 4 were intact and glowing brightly. The peaks then merged into a massive mountain nearly 1,000 zhang tall, pressing downwards without hesitation. Han Li's purple flood dragon, golden serpent, and silver lotus all advanced to meet it. Various lights exploded, with lightning arcs, cold air, silver light, and green light intertwining, momentarily halting the massive mountain. However, the mountain was so large that despite the attacks, it trembled and continued descending, pressing down the 30 zhang silver lotus. Below, Han Li's eyes narrowed, his pupils flashed blue, and he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood was absorbed by the green ruler at the center of the silver lotus. Han Li rapidly formed hand seals, chanting a profound incantation. Hearing the incantation, Xiang Zhili and old monster Feng exchanged surprised glances. Just as the giant mountain was about to crush the lotus, 8 distinct screeches emanated from the green ruler, which then spun rapidly, producing 8-inch-long phantoms. The phantoms expanded into 10-zhang-long spirit beasts, glowing green and seemingly tangible. Each phantom resembled a legendary spirit beast. The phantoms breathed spirit fire and attacked, collectively halting the mountain, which could only rotate slowly in midair, unable to descend further. Seeing this, old demon Hu's face darkened. Though he hadn't intended to kill Han Li, he did aim to severely injure him. If Han Li blocked this attack easily, his efforts would be in vain. With a thought, the mountain emitted loud screeches as numerous gray shadows shot out, transforming into ferocious gray apes. These apes weren't true beasts but were spirits from the artifact, reborn even if torn apart. They grew stronger against stronger opponents, making them incredibly troublesome. But as the gray apes appeared, the Tihai beast beside Han Li, now shrunken to about a zhang tall, brightened its eyes and emitted a long cry. It then expanded back to over 10 zhang tall, snorting as yellow mist spewed from its nose, transforming into hundreds of yellow rays shooting upwards. Strangely, the gray apes, despite their formidable power, fell like ants when swept by the yellow rays, dissolving into green gas, which was absorbed back by the rays and then by the Tihai beast. Hundreds of gray apes were devoured, and the Tihai beast, after consuming them, shrank back into a black light and flew into Han Li's waist, vanishing into its spirit beast pouch. Han Li was momentarily stunned, but then delighted as he received a message that the Tihai beast was about to evolve again. The strange scene of the Tihai beast devouring the gray apes not only surprised the other cultivators, but also stunned old demon Hu knew their difficulty firsthand. In midair, the 1,000-zhang mountain was halted by the combined effort of the spirit beast phantoms. Han Li, slightly pale, contemplated whether to use other treasures to destroy the mountain. Ha ha, Brother Han and fellow Taoist who are truly extraordinary. Shall we end this here? Continuing might hurt our harmony. Xiang Zhili suddenly laughed and spoke. He vanished, and then reappeared between Han Li and Old Demon who, casually grabbing at the mountain. With a rumble, a giant black ghost claw appeared from the void, grabbing the mountain's peak and lifting it 10 zhang high. Han Li was amazed, while Old Demon Hu's face turned grim. Humph, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiang's giant spirit claw to reach such a level. Are you showing off to me? Old Demon Hu said coldly. The giant spirit claw is just a small trick, not worthy of your attention. I just wanted to ensure you remember our one-strike agreement. Hasn't Brother Han blocked your attack? Xiang Zhili smiled indifferently. Of course, as the Lord of the Demon Palace, I wouldn't break my word. Brother Han has indeed blocked my strike, Old Demon Who finally nodded. He raised his hand, and the mountain emitted a buzzing sound, glowing green. Xiang Zhili's giant claw vanished, and the mountain split back into 8 peaks, which shrank and flew back into the scroll, which then closed and turned into an unremarkable ancient scroll, disappearing into Old Demon Hu's sleeve. Though I won't marry Xiling, the other 2 women remain, and the ceremony in 3 days will proceed. Brother Xiang, won't you stay for a drink? Old Demon Hu smiled as if nothing had happened. Of course, having given my gift, I'll stay for a few drinks, Xiang Zhili replied with a smile. Brother Han, stay in the palace for a few days until after the ceremony, Old Demon Hu said calmly to Han Li. Han Li, after some thought, replied, of course. Since senior brother Xiang and brother Feng aren't leaving, I won't either. Ha ha, good. Let's all return to the hall for a few drinks, Old Demon Hu laughed, turning into a black light and heading back to the palace. The other cultivators, awed by the displayed powers, followed suit. Old Monster Feng chuckled and returned to the hall, leaving only Xiling outside, looking thrilled. Let's go inside too, Brother Han. Don't worry, since you blocked the strike, Old Demon Who won't trouble you further. Stay and enjoy yourself, Xiang Zhili said, laughing and entering the hall. Han Li smiled wryly, shaking his head before descending slowly. Are you all right, Brother Han? Xiling asked, her face full of concern and gratitude. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Will you leave now or after the ceremony? Han Li asked calmly. I'll leave with Brother Han, Xiling replied without hesitation. In that case, you'll have to stay a few more days. I can't leave immediately, Han Li sighed softly. It wouldn't be wise to leave now. We might end up completely offending Old Devil Hu and the other nascent soul cultivators. They seem to have some fear of Brother Han. Staying here, I doubt Old Devil Hu would go back on his word. Zai Ling hesitated briefly before slowly nodding. Once this woman regained her freedom, her vigilance and wisdom returned, transforming her back into the Zai Ling fairy who dared to travel the world alone. Seeing her radiant demeanor, Han Li smiled and walked towards the main hall. Zai Ling glanced at Han Li's back. Her bright eyes flickered, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. However, she bit her lip lightly and followed him. 3 days later, the ceremony for Old Devil who to marry 2 more beautiful female cultivators as concubines was held on schedule in the demon palace. More demon cultivators and rogue cultivators attended the celebration, with the number increasing to 30 or so. However, the lowest cultivation level among them was the mid-stage, and several late-stage great cultivators were also present. This gave Han Li a new understanding of the strength of the Jin dynasty's cultivation world, which was far superior to Tian Nan's. Those who came to congratulate were shocked to see 3 nascent soul cultivators treating Han Li as an equal. After learning from the earlier arrivals that Han Li was the one who nearly brought Yin Luo's sect to ruin, forcibly demanded a concubine from Old Devil Hu, and had a duel with him, everyone was astonished. When interacting with Han Li, they were all extremely courteous, not daring to show any neglect. During these few days, Old Devil Hu maintained a normal demeanor when facing Han Li, as if he had never intended to marry Zai Ling. Han Li was relieved, but remained vigilant. Zai Ling did not dare to leave Han Li's side either. Having such a beautiful companion close by was naturally not a hardship. However, once the celebration ended, Han Li immediately bid farewell to his friends, took Zai Ling, and left the demon palace, disappearing without a trace. 3 months later, atop a picturesque unnamed hill, a young man in green stood silently on a huge rock, gazing into the distance. This plain-looking young man was, of course, Han Li, who had left Demon Hu's domain several months ago. At this moment, his eyes were fixed straight ahead, but a rare complexity and hesitation could be seen in them. Suddenly, he raised his hands and silently observed them for a while. Just a day before, these hands were passionately caressing Zai Ling's jade-like body. The smooth, warm feeling was incredibly intoxicating. But now, the beauty was gone, and only he remained. It turned out that, after leaving the Demon Hu domain, they slowed their light and chatted about their experiences since parting at the demon abyss. One listened with great interest while the other smiled knowingly. Though there had always been a trace of affection between them, after several months of intimate companionship, they could no longer restrain themselves and eventually shared a moment of passion. However, after that, Zai Ling made it clear that since Han Li already had a dual cultivation partner and couldn't officially marry her, she had no intention of becoming a concubine. She also stated that besides Han Li, she would not have feelings for any other man, nor marry anyone else, devoting herself entirely to cultivation in pursuit of the Tao. After calmly saying this, Zai Ling left without looking back. Han Li could have forced her to stay, but he saw her resolute determination and could only watch her leave in silence. Standing on the hill, Han Li recalled the months spent with Zai Ling, feeling an indescribable sense of loss and faint heartache. He knew this was a sign of an unstable state of mind, but did not use any spells to address it, instead choosing to silently experience the various emotions. After some time, the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared, restoring clarity and tranquility. This must be what they call being fated, but not destined, Han Li murmured. Then, surrounded by a flash of green light, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Moments later, the streak of light disappeared over the horizon. In the southeastern part of the Jin dynasty, one of the 7 forbidden lands, the Inferno, had existed since ancient times. This vast land of fire and flames stretched over half a province. Apart from black and red, almost no other colors could be seen. The area spanned thousands of miles, filled with countless volcanoes of various sizes. Some volcanoes were thousands of feet high, while others were only 100 or so feet tall, resembling hills. Some craters glowed red, emitting alarming firelight. Others were dead and black, while some continuously rumbled, spewing hot lava. The sky above this land was covered with a thick layer of black and red fire clouds, and the ground near the volcanoes was blackened with thick layers of volcanic ash. The lower sky was filled with pungent sulfuric fumes, extremely hot and incomparable to the outside world. Yet in such a place where ordinary people couldn't survive, some cultivators often appeared, riding on their magical artifacts. Some occasionally landed to pick up items from the ground, while others dove directly into certain volcanoes, disappearing without a trace. Those who dared enter the volcanoes were, of course, high-level cultivators. The Inferno was indeed a dangerous place where ordinary people couldn't survive, but it was also rich in fire-attributed materials. The true 7 forbidden lands didn't refer to the vast area on the surface, but specifically to the central mountainous region of the Inferno. This area was covered by thick red mist, stretching for thousands of miles. Only this red mist was the true forbidden zone, rarely survived by those who ventured inside. Therefore, near this sea of mist, cultivators were rarely seen. However, on this particular day, a flash of spiritual light appeared in one direction of the fire mist's edge. A streak of green light shot out, arriving within 100 feet of the mist in an instant. As the light faded, a young male cultivator appeared. He was Han Li, who had restored his state of mind and traveled for several months to reach this place. As soon as he appeared, he glanced around and then focused on the sea of mist ahead. This red mist was different from any fog Han Li had seen before. The vast sea of mist was eerily still, with no sound emanating from it, nor any movement. Han Li stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing for a while. Then, with a flash of spiritual light, he shot forward, diving into the mist. Upon entering the mist, his protective green light clashed with the red mist, producing explosive sounds. The red and green lights interwove, creating a stunningly intense spectacle, growing more violent by the moment. Han Li was slightly surprised, frowning. After flying for over 100 feet, he slapped his storage pouch. A flash of red light revealed a dozen or so crystalline columns, each about a foot long and adorned with lifelike red dragon engravings. These were the fire dragon pillars Han Li had refined from those obtained from Kunwu Mountain. Han Li chanted an incantation, lightly pointing at the columns. The columns spun rapidly and then shot out, hovering about a foot away. A flash of red light, and the dragons on the columns opened their mouths, releasing red light screens, forming a fiery shield around Han Li. Surprisingly, the red mist, which had been explosively reacting with the protective light, now slid off the fiery shield effortlessly. Satisfied, Han Li sped up his flight. In this sea of mist, his spiritual sense was greatly restricted. Even with his formidable divine sense, he could only sense a small area around him. If he had come here before reaching the late nascent soul stage, he would have fared much worse. It seemed wise to come only after reaching this stage. Han Li had come here for the solar true fire needed for concocting the revival elixir. Through the soul search of cold worm of the small polar palace, he learned that a wisp of solar true fire was hidden in this inferno. However, its location was perilous, so Han Li hadn't sought it immediately. Now that he had achieved late nascent soul stage, feeling somewhat confident, he decided to make the attempt. After all, the revival elixir's ability to extend life was crucial. Despite giving Old Devil Hu a few drops of cold essence to save Zai Ling, he still had enough left to concoct 5 or 6 portions. The solar true fire was elusive and difficult to capture, especially in the inferno. If Cold Worm, a great cultivator, couldn't retrieve it despite knowing its location, it must be incredibly challenging. However, Han Li believed that with his lunar true fire, he had a chance of capturing it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked coming here. The Inferno, being one of the Jin dynasty's forbidden lands, held dangers beyond the elemental fire spirits and fire-based calamities. High-level fire-attributed beasts, including 6th and 7th level ferocious beasts, roamed its mountains. A group of such beasts could easily overwhelm an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the most dangerous threats in this sea of red mist weren't even the beasts. As Han Li pondered this, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes flashing coldly. He raised his hand and flicked a finger towards one side. A flash of golden light, and a sword light shot out, disappearing into the red mist. Chapter 12, 44, Formation, Altar, and Giant Cauldron. A strange cry echoed as a black shadow stumbled out of the dense fog. It was a light red demonic bird, several feet in length, with blue eyes and a purple crest. One of its wings was blood-stained, with a fist-sized hole gushing out fresh blood. This bird seemed exceptionally ferocious. Despite being severely injured, it still viciously lunged at Han Li. However, this was not surprising as fire-attributed beasts were generally more ferocious and violent than other types of beasts. Han Li sighed and casually flicked the fingers of one hand. A series of whooshing sounds cut through the air as 5 red threads shot out, piercing through the demonic bird's body. They then wrapped around it and tightened forcefully. With a flash of red light, the bird was instantly sliced into pieces. These were none other than the fire spirit threads, which showed their terrifying power against slightly weaker opponents. Han Li gestured, and the red threads flew back into his palm, disappearing. As he ventured deeper into the foggy sea, more demonic beasts appeared, with increasing frequency and numbers. Within a short time, he had slain over a dozen. On one occasion, 5 or 6 fire apes, each over 10 feet tall, attacked simultaneously. Such a situation would have flustered an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator, but for Han Li, it was a trivial matter. He simply spat out a few inches long sword, which swiftly beheaded 4 of the bronze-headed, iron-armed fire apes. However, as he continued deeper, he encountered his first real problem. Several dozen feet ahead, a large ball of red light over 10 feet in size continuously morphed shapes. One moment it resembled a tiger, the next a wolf, then a bird, never settling into a fixed form as if it was an intangible entity. Han Li coldly observed it, then suddenly raised his hand, sending several golden sword energies slashing at it. The golden light easily sliced the ball into pieces, but as soon as the sword energy dissipated, the red light reformed, as if nothing had happened. Han Li frowned slightly, and then cast a spell with both hands, opening his mouth to spray a purple beam, which pierced a bowl-sized hole through the center of the light ball. This was a secret technique Han Li had mastered after advancing to the late nascent soul stage, using compressed purple fire refined to its limit. Though the light ball reformed after a moment, it did so more slowly than before. Just as rumored, these fire fiends are indeed troublesome. Even extreme cold flames don't seem very effective against them. No wonder the memory of Senior Han Li showed some apprehension towards these creatures, Han Li murmured to himself. At that moment, the red light ball morphed into a crimson demonic ghost, spewing red flames as it charged at him. Han Li's face darkened, and he slapped the air, summoning a giant green hand that appeared above the ghost and grabbed it, crushing it with a slight force. The ghost shattered silently, but the red light reformed immediately. Han Li sneered, ready to take out another treasure when a clear chirp sounded from his body. A flash of red light revealed a small crimson bird, only a few inches long, on his shoulder. Han Li glanced at the bird, startled. It was the spirit of the Taiyan true fire. Before Han Li could ponder why it appeared, the firebird spread its wings and flew towards the red light ball, growing larger as it flew. In midair, the bird swelled to over a foot in size and began pecking at the light ball. Strangely, the bird's pecks created holes in the otherwise intangible red light. After a few pecks, a bowl-sized hole appeared, and the light ball could not regenerate as before. The fire fiend seemed not very intelligent, showing no sign of pain, but simply changing shapes to escape the Taiyan fire bird. However, the bird's claws held it firmly, and its pecking only increased in speed, soon devouring half of the light ball. Hanley chuckled at this sight. He hadn't expected the Tayan firebird to be able to restrain the most troublesome fire fiends of the fire prison. This saved him considerable effort. Watching leisurely, Hanley saw the firebird soon devour the entire fire fiend. The bird chirped again, circled, and returned to Hanley's shoulder, grooming its feathers as if reluctant to return to his body immediately. Knowing there would be more fire fiends in the foggy sea, Hanley let the bird remain outside and resumed his journey. The foggy sea covered an incredibly vast mountain range. With his divine sense limited and not daring to fly too fast, Hanley took 3 days to reach his destination, a massive dormant volcano. Along the way, he had slain nearly 100 demonic beasts, including several peak 7th level beasts just shy of the 8th level. True 8th level beasts, once intelligent, would not linger in the fire prison but seek other places to cultivate. He encountered only 2 more fire fiends, both devoured by the Tayan firebird without much trouble. Passing through a region of fire lake slowed Hanley's progress, as unpredictable, powerful red flames periodically erupted from the lakes. Though Hanley could withstand these flames, he preferred to avoid wasting energy, cautiously slowing his pace to pass through the area. Now standing on the edge of the volcano's crater, Hanley crossed his arms, his gaze flickering as he observed the surroundings. He patted his storage pouch, summoning a stack of formation flags and discs, which he threw behind him. A flash of silver light revealed another Hanley, who summoned the formation tools with a wave, collecting them in a flash of silver light. It was the humanoid puppet, controlled by his second nascent soul. The puppet turned into a silver streak, disappearing into the fog. Hanley sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. After a meal's time, the sound of something cutting through the air signaled the puppet's return, empty-handed. Hanley opened his eyes, glanced at the puppet, and nodded. The puppet vanished again. Hanley's body glowed with spiritual light as he transformed into a blue streak, flying to the volcano's center. The light faded, revealing him once more. Surveying the area, Hanley raised his hand, releasing a white object that spun in the air, expanding into a 10-foot-tall giant, falling heavily to the ground. It was a small altar made of white jade, inscribed with runes, indicating it was a magical tool. Hanley, then, produced a small blue cauldron from his hand. Chanting incantations, he sent several spells into the cauldron, which expanded to over 10 feet in size. With a flick of his finger, the cauldron's lid flew off, and a buzzing sound emitted as a blue light spread out, freezing the ground in a thick layer of crystalline blue ice. It was the dry blue ice flame. The cauldron was the imitation spirit treasure, the dry blue cauldron that Hanley had obtained from Senior Hanley. There were originally 2 cauldrons, both now in Hanley's possession. The blue light drove away all the red mist, clearing the volcano's crater. Hanley smiled and pointed at the giant cauldron, which floated lightly and settled in the center of the altar. Holding a blue formation disc, he cast several spells on it, causing a rumble as a giant formation appeared around the altar, its center glowing with various colors. The cauldron, altar, and formation seemed to merge, with endless blue light spreading out, covering the crater in blue ice. Han Li then manipulated the formation disc, causing a thunderous noise as dozens of blue light pillars shot up from the crater's edge, forming a giant light cage that sealed the space. Each light pillar was dazzling blue, tens of feet high, exuding an astonishing aura. Han Li flicked his sleeve, and another small blue cauldron shot out. It too expanded with a buzzing sound, and under the control of his divine sense, it floated leisurely towards the giant magic array. It continued ascending until it hovered steadily 20-some yards above the ground. With a flash of silver light, a humanoid puppet appeared on the small cauldron, standing motionless on one corner, as steady as a rock. Han Li nodded slightly, and then suddenly patted a certain spirit beast pouch at his waist. A gust of white cold wind flew out from the pouch, revealing 12 four-winged centipedes several feet long. They were none other than the 12 six-winged frost centipedes. As soon as these centipedes appeared, they immediately began shaking their heads and tails, spewing cold winds from their mouths. A mass of white fog spread into the air, instantly concealing the centipedes. The swirling cold fog then dispersed to the corners of the entire light cage. After arranging all this, Han Li finally relaxed a bit. However, he didn't dare let his guard down. After carefully checking the magic array again and confirming that everything was in order, he stood at a certain spot in the array, made a hand seal, and a layer of purple flames suddenly emerged around him. His figure slowly sank into the ground as if it were illusory, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Inside the giant light cage, only the humanoid puppet standing on the cauldron and the drifting white fog remained. Dozens of yards underground, Han Li was already in a sea of crimson lava. Protected by the purple extreme fire, Han Li was unaffected by the high temperatures that could have turned anyone else to ash. However, the intertwining forces of cold and heat created rolling thunder-like sounds around him, causing some annoyance. Han Li didn't switch to the previous fire dragon column shield because, in this extreme heat environment, maintaining the shield's temperature would consume far more mana than a cold attribute shield. Until he encountered the solar refined fire, Han Li wouldn't make that switch. In the lava, even with his divine sense at its maximum, he could only perceive an area of about 100 yards around him, much less than on the surface. Realizing this, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that Han Li Elder knew the solar refined fire was here, but never managed to capture it in all these years. Eventually, he gave up trying altogether. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it unrealistic to catch a highly spiritual solar refined fire in this environment. Perhaps only a deity transformation stage cultivator might have some hope. Even with all his preparations, Han Li wasn't confident about his success. Han Li patted the Taiyin firebird, which had been perched motionless on his shoulder. The firebird spread its wings and flew out of the purple shield, diving into the lava without a trace. The entire process was silent, as if the firebird didn't mind the intense heat of the lava at all and encountered no obstacles. Seeing this, Han Li was initially speechless, but then secretly delighted. This Taiyin true fire was a supreme yin object in the human realm, yet it was unharmed in the lava. Clearly, there were mysteries about this fire he didn't yet understand. He decided to study it further when he had the chance. Back to the present, the Taiyin true fire and the solar refined fire were naturally attracted to each other due to their yin-yang nature. If the solar refined fire was nearby, it would certainly be drawn in. Han Li followed the firebird through their mental connection, starting to roam around the volcano. One day, 2 days, several days later, Han Li had almost searched the entire underground area within a 10,000-mile radius, especially the spots where the Han Li elder had previously detected traces of the refined fire. He didn't miss an inch. To his disappointment, he found no sign of the solar refined fire. Feeling frustrated, Han Li had no choice but to expand his search area, but it seemed as if the solar refined fire had never existed. A month later, while searching several thousand miles from the volcano, Han Li showed no expression, but he was indeed feeling anxious. Anyone who had to traverse lava daily, seeing only red, and constantly using their divine sense to scan their surroundings, would find it hard to endure. Just as Han Li considered returning to the surface to recover his mana, his expression changed. His eyes gleamed with joy. Without hesitation, he tapped his storage pouch, releasing a black bottle containing the 5 Suns demon. The bottle rolled in the lava, releasing the 5 demons. The 5 demons seemed uncomfortable in the lava, but their grayish-white demonic energy protected them from the heat. Chanting an incantation, Han Li watched as the 5 demons turned into ghost heads and shot off in different directions, disappearing into the lava. Han Li flicked his sleeve again, releasing over 10 fire dragon columns. The red shield reappeared, protecting him, and he blended into the surrounding lava, disappearing. The area became eerily quiet, except for the occasional sound of flowing lava. After a short while, the Taiyin firebird, wrapped in red light, shot out from the lava, then disappeared again. Almost simultaneously, the nearby lava began to churn violently, its temperature doubling. A flash of silver seemed to dart past, chasing after the Taiyin firebird. With the disappearance of the silver light, the lava returned to normal, but the high temperature persisted. At that moment, Han Li emerged from the lava, eyes gleaming with excitement, and swiftly followed the silver light. In this intense chase, the 3 traveled several thousand miles in half an hour, nearing the volcano where the magic array was set up. At this point, a problem arose. Although the Taiyin firebird was agile in the lava, it was clearly slower than the silver light. After such a long chase, The silver light finally caught up when they were about 10 miles from the volcano. The silver light pounced on the Taeyan firebird, intertwining with red and silver glows. Han Li, not daring to act rashly, observed through his mental connection with the firebird, finally seeing the true form of the silver light. It was a small white horse, a few inches long with silver wings. This little horse was none other than the solar, refined fire in its true spirit form. The Taeyan firebird, which had been weak when first captured by Han Li, had grown stronger after absorbing countless years of extreme cold in the small extreme palace's profound jade cave. In terms of power, the Taeyan firebird was not inferior to the solar refined fire. However, in the lava, the solar refined fire, drawing infinite lava heat, gained an edge. The Taeyan firebird had to use some energy to resist the heat, quickly falling behind in the battle. Seeing this through his mental link, Han Li frowned. Neither he nor the 5 demon heads could intervene now without risking alarming the solar refined fire. From the Han Li elder's memory, this fire spirit was highly vigilant and would flee at the slightest disturbance. Once it escaped, it would be nearly impossible to catch again. Disturbing at once meant that even with the Taeyan firebird's lure, Han Li might not succeed next time. Though seeing the firebird in trouble, he didn't dare act rashly, thinking rapidly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He made a hand seal and spat out a hazy white orb, the snow crystal pearl, refined with the purple extreme fire. Han Li chanted and struck the orb with several hand seals. The orb turned into a white beam, shooting forward. Moments later, the snow crystal pearl appeared near the fighting bird and horse. The orb fell towards them. Startled, the little horse flapped its wings, disappearing in a flash of silver light, and reappeared 20 yards away, eyeing the orb with suspicion. The Taeyan firebird, however, didn't dodge. Instead, it seized the opportunity to swallow the orb, its red glow intensifying. The bird then turned and flew away. The silver-winged horse, after a brief hesitation, spread its wings and pursued. But this time, empowered by the purple extreme fire within the snow crystal pearl, the Taeyan firebird's speed increased significantly, eluding the silver-winged horse. In no time, they reached the giant volcano's base. The Taeyan firebird changed course, shooting upwards. Chapter 12:46, Capturing the Refined Fire. The silver-winged pony, transformed from the solar refined fire, had already chased to this location and naturally wouldn't easily give up. It immediately spread its wings and chased upward as well. Both of these fire spirits, being of fire elemental bodies, were naturally not hindered by the thick layer of earth. Moments later, with 2 soft sounds, the 2 fire spirits emerged one after the other from the ground, entering the giant light cage. As soon as the solar refined fire broke through, it immediately sensed something was wrong. However, the humanoid puppet had already forcefully stamped its foot on the blue treasure cauldron below. Instantly, a blue flame shot out from the cauldron with a howl, transforming into a blue ice dragon that fiercely pounced on the fire spirit. The originally fleeing Taiyan firebird also turned back, facing the silver-winged pony below. With a flick of its mouth, the misty snow crystal pearl was spat out and smashed downwards. Simultaneously, the entire formation was activated under the humanoid puppet's control. Seeing this, the solar refined fire decisively turned and shot downward, intending to escape back into the lava. The area from where it and the Taiyan firebird emerged was the only part of the volcano's mouth intentionally left uncovered by blue ice. However, the formation buzzed, and blue light appeared, starting to freeze this area as well. Even though the formation activated quickly, it couldn't compare to the speed of the solar refined fire, which transformed into the pony. The silver light flashed, and the silver-winged pony was about to dive into the ground. Its eyes suddenly showed fear, and its wings spread, causing its form to pause and then disappear, reappearing 20 yards away in midair. Almost simultaneously, 5 beams of different colored light shot up from the ground, striking the void. Then, 5 streams of grayish-white demonic energy surged out, revealing 5 ghost heads about a foot in size. They were the 5 Suns' demons. Hanley also slowly emerged from the ground. At this moment, the ground was covered in blue light due to the formation, transforming into a thick ice layer. Standing on the blue ice, Hanley looked up, a hint of seriousness on his face. The blue ice flame-transformed dragon, the Taiyan firebird, and the 5 ghost heads were all swarming and attacking the silver-winged pony. The fire spirit, transformed from the solar refined fire, was indeed as cunning as remembered by the Hanley elder. It darted around as a mass of silver light, never staying in one place. Aside from the Taiyan firebird, the fire spirit was clearly faster than the 5 demons and the ice dragon. The Taiyan firebird, aided by Hanley's snow crystal pearl, and within the cold prison formed by the blue ice flames, was slightly faster than the solar refined fire. The agile movements of the silver-winged pony, however, made it difficult to catch. Though it took a few hits from the Taiyan firebird's red glow, it never stopped to counterattack, avoiding the pursuit of the 5 demons and the ice dragon. Hanley stood still below with his hands behind his back, while the humanoid puppet above, controlling the formation and the ice dragon, remained expressionless. Suddenly, the silver-winged pony seized an opportunity. After taking a hit from the Taiyan firebird, it folded its wings and, without warning, transformed into a silver beam, diving towards the ground. Upon contact with the blue ice-covered ground, the silver light intertwined with the blue glow, causing the pony's form to pause. In that moment of delay, a red beam and a blast of blue cold mist shot from behind. Simultaneously, eerie wailing sounds echoed. The pony's eyes showed fear, but it reacted quickly, pausing its downward escape and flapping its wings, summoning numerous silver flowers around it. With 2 muffled booms, the red beam and blue mist hit the silver flowers, exploding instantly. To Hanley's surprise, The silver-winged pony shot out from the silver flowers as if struck by immense force, stumbling briefly before dashing towards the other side of the cage. Though still incredibly fast, Hanley noticed that one of its wings was slightly shorter, and one of its legs was blurring with flickering silver flames. Smiling slightly, Hanley finally moved. With a flash of blue light in his eyes, a pair of wings appeared behind him. With a light flap, a breeze rose, and Hanley vanished from his spot. The Tayan firebird and others noticed the solar refined fire escaping and immediately resumed the chase. However, the slight delay allowed the pony to reach the cage's edge, where a blue light pillar blocked its path. The fire spirit attempted to bypass it. The humanoid puppet above, without hesitation, formed a seal with its hands, causing all the light pillars to emit countless light threads, forming a giant net that blocked the pony's path. The pony, startled but unthinking, flapped its wings, sending dozens of silver flowers towards the net and charging through. But above it, two white mist clouds hovered. As the pony moved, the clouds churned, and two six-winged frost centipedes lunged out, attacking like lightning. Faced with the sudden attack, the pony veered off, evading the cold blasts and darting to another side as the firebird and the 5 demons pursued. At that moment, a black light appeared, a black crystalline flying dagger slashing through the pony. The pony's eyes filled with fear as a silver line appeared across its brow, splitting its body into 2 halves. With 2 soft sounds, the halves turned into silver flames, merging back into a pony. But the body remained blurry, struggling to solidify. Clearly, the attack from the magical dagger had severely weakened the fire spirit. At that moment, a dull thunder sounded from above, and Hanley appeared with a flash of blue light. He swiftly flicked his fingers, sending 10 fire threads shooting towards the pony. The threads pierced the pony, binding it tightly. The fire spirit, unprepared, seemed powerless. Seeing this, Hanley was delighted. With a flip of his hand, he produced a stack of restraining talismans. With a wave, they turned into beams of light, shooting towards the solar refined fire. Once bound by these talismans, the fire spirit would be trapped. However, unexpectedly, the tightly bound silver-winged pony let out a cry, its body radiating silver light. The fire threads loosened and shot towards the talismans, reducing them to ash and continuing towards Hanley. Though typically calm, Hanley's expression changed slightly at this. He raised his hand solemnly, summoning the fire threads back into his palm. Taking advantage of this, the silver-winged pony tried to escape again. Hanley's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. The pony shuddered at the sound, falling from the air uncontrollably. It was the effect of the soul-stirring thorn. With a flap of his wings, Hanley vanished and reappeared below the falling pony. He reached out, summoning a large purple flaming hand, grabbing the pony. A burst of purple light formed a giant ice block, encasing the fire spirit. The Tayan firebird and ice dragon arrived, diving into the ice, merging with it. Inside the ice, the silver-winged pony, recovering from the soul-stirring thorn's stun, tried to burn its way out. However, with the Taiyan true fire reinforcing the ice, the pony couldn't escape. The firebird and ice dragon surrounded it, spraying cold mist. The 5 demons arrived, adding their cold flames, merging into a 5-colored blaze that further weakened the pony. Under this intense cold, the silver-winged pony's resistance slowed, its aura weakening. Seizing the moment, Han Li threw more talismans, which pierced the ice, sticking to the pony. The fire spirit, now in despair, stopped struggling, its silver light dimming, reverting to a silver flame within the ice. The talismans attached to the small horse transformed into layers of multicolored shields, imprisoning the silver flames within. With a thought, Han Li commanded the lunar firebird, still floating in the purple ice, to transform into a mass of crimson flames, enveloping the solar essence fire. Then he formed hand seals with both hands, aiming several incantations at the purple ice. The incantations flashed briefly and then penetrated the ice. The entire massive ice block immediately glowed with a purple light and suddenly began to shrink in size. In the blink of an eye, it had become a fist-sized ice ball. With a single gesture, Han Li summoned the ice ball, which flew over and landed in his palm. He examined it with great interest. "I didn't expect your fortune to be so great. You actually managed to capture the solar essence fire. If you can merge it with the lunar true fire and truly refine them, the benefits might far exceed your imagination. Probably even the celestial spirit flames of the spirit realm are not much better." At this moment, a child's voice, tinged with a hint of jealousy, sounded in Han Li's ear. The celestial spirit flames. Han Li's expression changed slightly, but he didn't ask further. Instead, he clapped his hands together, and the sound of thunder rang out. Fine golden arcs shot out, entwining the purple ice and wrapping it tightly. In an instant, a golden ball appeared before him. Han Li then shook his sleeve, and a small green cauldron flew out, hovering in front of his chest. It was none other than the Void Heaven treasure cauldron. He gently flicked his finger at the cauldron. With a clear ring, the lid flew off, and a mass of green threads shot out, instantly binding the golden ball and pulling it into the cauldron. Only then did Han Li form the treasure seal with both hands, causing the cauldron lid to fall back into place. He breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. With this fire, the revival elixir could be refined. If he could gain a few more centuries of life, he should be able to master the divine essence light of the magnetic mountain, no matter how difficult it was to cultivate. With this thought in mind, Han Li stored away the 5 demons and the humanoid puppet, dismantled the large formation he had set up in the area, and erased all traces before leaving the volcano with the solar essence fire. At this point, he had accomplished all his goals in the Great Jin dynasty. Without any hesitation, he prepared to return to the heavenly south. Upon his return, His first task would be to refine the revival elixir to ensure his and Nangong Wan's longevity. Then, he would locate the spatial rift in the Demonfall Valley and refine it into a mustard seed space. Finally, he would use the life force from the ghost Luo banner to refine the spatial treasure, the Scarlet Soul banner. Using this banner to collect the magnetic mountain and bring it back to the heavenly south, Han Li planned to hide in the mustard seed space and cultivate the divine essence light in one go, aiming to directly break through to the nascent soul stage. To ensure success this time, he had even refrained from using the supreme wood attribute spirit stone he had obtained from the Star Sea during his last attempt to break through the bottleneck with the 5-cold extreme flame. He had saved it for a more certain opportunity. Speaking of which, after rescuing Zai Ling from Demon Tor Mountain, he hadn't forgotten to inquire about the magic yuan pill mentioned by Xiang Zhili. Before leaving, he used the Millennium Mysterious Jade in his possession to exchange for 3 magic yuan pills from Old Demon Hu, increasing his chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage. However, even thinking about the cost of trading for these pills, Han Li couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Old Demon, who had somehow learned that Han Li had taken a large amount of Millennium Mysterious Jade from the Extreme Palace and had demanded nearly half of it in exchange. It was unclear whether the old demon truly believed the pills were priceless or was simply seeking revenge for the loss of his concubine. Despite the rarity of the Millennium Mysterious Jade, it was far less important to Han Li at that moment than the magic yuan pills, which could aid in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Even if the pills offered only a slim hope, he wasn't willing to give it up easily. So, in Xiang Zhili's presence, he reluctantly made the exchange. As he flew through the light, Han Li recalled Old Demon Hu's triumphant expression after the exchange, feeling a bit frustrated. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts and began contemplating his future plans. A few days later, a green light streaked away from the red mist, disappearing into the depths of the Inferno prison. Not long after, some forces in the Great Jin dynasty that had been aware of Han Li's presence discovered that he had suddenly vanished without a trace. This caused a stir and unease among many interested parties. Once they confirmed that Han Li had left the Great Jin, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although Han Li remained relatively unknown in the Great Jin's cultivation world, some incredible rumors about him had quietly spread among the high echelons of the major sects. A cultivator who was not at the nascent soul stage, but could associate with nascent soul cultivators as equals, and could even easily kill late-stage core formation cultivators without fearing the loss of vital essence. This naturally made many old monsters extremely wary. Now that these people saw Han Li had no intention of establishing a sect in the Great Jin, they all felt relieved and stopped paying attention to the matter. From the day Han Li disappeared, time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 decades had slipped by. During this period, the great jinn's cultivation world remained exceptionally stable. Although conflicts still occurred occasionally, there were no earth-shattering events. However, far away in a mountain cave in the heavenly south, a burst of ecstatic laughter suddenly echoed. It wasn't in vain that I spent such a long time and effort. I finally refined this fire. With this, I can refine the revival elixir. The laughter in the cave gradually subsided and finally ceased abruptly. A month later, a figure quietly emerged from the mountain, transforming into a streak of green light that soared away. 3 months later, a young man appeared in the inner valley of the Demonfall Valley, quietly disappearing into its depths, and then vanished without a trace. However, a few days later, endless ghostly chi suddenly erupted from an unnamed small mountain in the inner valley. Inky black mist enveloped an area of 100 miles, with fierce winds and constant ghostly wails, making anyone who approached feel as if they had entered a ghostly realm. This phenomenon persisted for half a year before the ghostly chi gradually dissipated. A month later, the young man emerged from the Demonfall Valley and quietly left as a streak of green light. Due to his exceptional escape techniques and concealment skills, no cultivator detected his movements when he entered or left the valley. This person was naturally Han Li, who had just completed the refining of the Scarlet Soul Banner and the Mustard Seed Space. Decades ago, after returning to the Falling Cloud sect from the Great Jinn, he had put in considerable effort to finally refine and subdue the solar essence fire. A few months prior, he had managed to refine several bottles of the revival elixir. Since Nangong Wan was still in seclusion, he had immediately consumed one bottle and sent another bottle into his companion's cave with a flying sword before leaving the cave to refine the Scarlet Soul Banner in the Demonfall Valley. The ghostly spirits on the dozen ghost Luo banners were very abundant, and with the guidance of the heavenly blue sacred beast, although the process was lengthy, he finally completed the refinement. The half-section of the Black Wind flag ultimately became the Scarlet Soul Banner. Now, having returned to his sect, Han Li began to study the first 2 layers of the divine essence light of the magnetic mountain. Even with the Scarlet Soul Banner as a spatial treasure, to move the mountain into the treasure, he needed to be able to control the magnetic mountain slightly. Before entering seclusion, Han Li suddenly recalled something. After a moment of hesitation, he took a bottle of the revival elixir to the medicine garden and then returned empty-handed to the seclusion room. The humanoid puppet was still left in the cave to use the mysterious small bottle for cultivating spirit insects and nurturing some spiritual herbs. 10 years later, Han Li, who was meditating in the secret room, opened his eyes again, showing a troubled expression. As expected, the divine essence light of the magnetic mountain was extremely difficult to cultivate. Without the assistance of the magnetic mountain, it would be impossible to master this divine light. I finally succeeded in cultivating the first layer of the divine essence light, So it's time to go to the Star Palace to retrieve the items I stored there. If I were you, I'd prepare a pure metal attribute demon core first to complete the 5-element spirit root. Although I've never heard of this technique before, it clearly involves the power of the 5 elements. If you don't have the corresponding spirit roots, controlling all of it will be a huge burden on your body. Moreover, such multi-attribute techniques become increasingly difficult to cultivate as you progress. The child's shadow suddenly appeared in front of Han Li, speaking calmly. You've mentioned this before, and I understand. But metal attribute demon beasts are extremely rare, and the required demon core must be at least of the transforming stage. It's not that easy to find. Han Li sighed, flipping his palm, where a layer of 5-colored radiance flashed, looking extremely vibrant. A metal attribute demon core. What about that golden flood dragon king you encountered in the Star Sea? That demon is a genuine level 10 demon beast, and its core would be sufficient for refining into a metal attribute spirit root. The child suddenly suggested. That golden flood dragon would certainly suffice, but as the leader of the flood dragon clan in the outer seas, it's not easy to deal with. It's better to prepare some metal attribute magic tools for now. I remember you mentioned that magic tools can also be used as spirit roots for refining. Han Li frowned, speaking slowly. Using magic tools instead of demon cores for refining spirit roots is indeed possible. However, this method takes longer and carries certain risks. The child seemed somewhat dismissive. With the revival elixir, spending more time isn't an issue. I'll deal with it when I reach the Star Sea. Han Li nodded, stood up, stretched his limbs, and then pushed open the secret room door. In a flash of silver light, another Han Li appeared before him, expressionless. Han Li didn't pay much attention at first, but when his divine sense exchanged information with the second nascent soul hidden in the humanoid puppet, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "What? The immortal vine has truly revived." Chapter 12, 48, The Treasure of the Profound Heaven. When Han Li received this news from the humanoid puppet, he was greatly shocked. To know that, before his last retreat, although he had whimsically poured a few drops of rejuvenation water on the profound heaven immortal vine, it was merely a desperate measure. Now, hearing that the vine had truly revived was somewhat hard for him to believe. Immediately, Han Li moved towards the medicine garden. The profound heaven immortal vine was planted beside the most valuable spiritual herbs like the 9-curve ginseng. When he arrived and saw the current state of the profound heaven immortal vine, he was taken aback despite being somewhat prepared. The once half-dead branch that had shown a faint green hue after being watered with the mysterious green liquid was now sprawling with vines, covering nearby white jade pillars, lush and vibrant. The aura emitted from the vine far surpassed that of any other spiritual herb in the garden. Even the white rabbit, an illusion formed by the 9-curve ginseng, was sleeping soundly at the base of the vine. As Han Li approached, the rabbit's long ears twitched and its red eyes opened slightly. Recognizing Han Li, it closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. This spirit creature, transformed from the nine-curve ginseng, had completely treated Han Li's medicine garden as its home after spending hundreds of years together. Under Han Li's protection, it had never encountered any danger, so its wariness had long since dissipated, viewing Han Li as harmless. Han Li was speechless but did not disturb it. Instead, he carefully examined the immortal vine. The revived, profound, heaven-immortal vine, at first glance, seemed like an ordinary vine except for the astonishing spiritual energy it emitted. However, upon closer inspection, differences became apparent. The vine was an extremely vibrant green, with a metallic luster deep within. The vein patterns on the leaves were also exceptionally intricate, with each leaf different and somewhat familiar to Han Li. As he studied the vein patterns, a realization struck him. These patterns bore some resemblance to the silver tadpole script on the golden pavilion jade book, though not exactly the same. Furrowing his brows, Han Li examined over a dozen leaves before uncovering the mystery. These leaf patterns were incomplete fragments of the silver tadpole script, either partially written or just begun. Han Li was stunned for a moment before he reached out to pinch a leaf between his fingers. The leaf was cool and smooth, like it was made of fine jade. Rubbing his chin, Han Li released the leaf, deep in thought. Although he wanted to summon the child transformed from the Tianlin beast to ask about the profound heaven-spiritual wood, he refrained from doing so. The child was likely still in the void heaven cauldron, cultivating in isolation, unaware of current events. Upon returning to his cave, Han Li would sever all connections between the beast and the outside world using the power of the void heaven cauldron. He only released it during his secluded cultivation to prevent it from spying on his secrets. Thus, the mysterious small bottle remained unknown to the beast. Han Li had studied the legends of the profound, heaven-immortal vine extensively. It was said that only spiritual woods that appeared at the dawn of creation in certain worlds could bear the profound heaven prefix. Whether the profound heaven-immortal vine or the profound heaven-immortal tree, their flowers and fruits possessed miraculous powers that defied the laws of the world, making them true treasures. However, even in ancient times, such items were only hearsay. No one had ever seen them. Ancient texts noted that such extraordinary items were exceedingly rare in any world, with only 4 or 5 known to exist. They also had unique growth cycles spanning hundreds of thousands of years, but once they bloomed and bore fruit, they withered in mere days or even hours. Their extended growth cycles and rapid maturation and decay made it nearly impossible to obtain their flowers or fruits. The vines and trees themselves, devoid of their miraculous flowers and fruits, were merely ordinary materials for crafting and held little value. Han Li had never let the child know about the small piece of the profound heaven-immortal vine root he possessed. Now that the rejuvenation water had revived it, he was even more determined to keep this secret. Although the profound heaven immortal vine might be useless to others, as they could never wait for it to bloom or bear fruit, Han Li, with the mysterious small bottle capable of accelerating its growth, could potentially obtain its miraculous flowers and fruits within 200 to 300 years. This sudden opportunity was too great to pass up. If the child knew, there was no telling if it might communicate with its true form in the spirit realm, which could lead to trouble. Therefore, despite knowing that the Tianlin beast would have more detailed knowledge about the profound heaven's spiritual wood, Han Li decided against summoning it. Having made up his mind, Han Li carefully set up several intricate restrictions around the revived, profound, heaven immortal vine before leaving the medicine garden with a composed expression. 3 days later, Han Li left the humanoid puppet in his cave, informed Lu Luo and the other elders of his sect, and then departed from the Yunmeng Mountains. Han Li's figure reappeared on a nameless, desolate island in the Star Sea, transforming into a streak of blue light that shot into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Several months later, one night in Tianxing City, in the holy palace atop Sacred Mountain, a beautiful woman in a white palace dress sat cross-legged on a prayer mat in a secret chamber. Eyes closed, white light swirling around her as she performed a mysterious technique. As the spiritual light flickered, a trace of pain appeared on the woman's face. When the white light around her body flickered erratically, threatening to lose control, she paused her hand seals, stopping her cultivation. The white light on her body receded and disappeared. Sighing, the beautiful woman opened her eyes and instinctively glanced around. She was shocked to find a faint figure in one corner of the secret chamber, standing with arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. "Brother Han, it's you." Recognizing the person, the woman relaxed and smiled sweetly, though a trace of fear lingered in her eyes. This was the holy ground of the Star Palace, protected by dozens of large and small restrictions. How had he entered without alerting her? "It has been years since we last met, Ling Taoist. You remain as charming as ever. However, the technique you're cultivating seems inappropriate." The figure was naturally Han Li, who had rushed to Tianxing City. He spoke with a smile. "Brother Han, you've noticed. Indeed, I have encountered some problems in my cultivation. I was just seeking guidance from a high master. Now that you're here, I must trouble you with this matter." Ling Yuling admitted frankly, smiling lightly. "Though I can't promise guidance, but do tell me about it, and I'll see if I can help. But before that, I need to retrieve the magnetite mountain." Han Li chuckled softly. "The magnetite mountain was only stored here by you. If you wish to retrieve it, there is no problem. But do you really have a way to move it?" Ling Yuling asked, puzzled. "There is a method, but I am not sure if it will work. I'll have to try," Han Li replied slowly. "In that case, I'll personally lead you there." Ling Yuling's eyes flashed with a strange light as she spoke. An hour later, Han Li and Ling Yuling arrived in the underground passage beneath the mountain and stood before the familiar jade door. After using a token to disable the door's restriction, Ling Yuling slowly opened the door. Taking a deep breath, Han Li stepped inside. Ling Yuling hesitated briefly before following. As before, as soon as they stepped through the door, the power of the 5 elements surged towards them, causing the spiritual power within them to surge outward uncontrollably. However, now at the peak of the late stage, Han Li's magic power was far purer and denser than before. Naturally, he wouldn't allow his spiritual power to be drawn out. With a single thought, he stabilized the fluctuations within him, forming a seal with both hands as he brought them together at his chest. With a soft sound, a chicken egg-sized ball of light emerged, its glow shifting through 5 colors. The 5 elemental power surrounding, Han Li immediately weakened by 3 parts under the light. Congratulations, Brother Han, on mastering the first layer of the magnetite divine light. Ling Yuling, standing behind Han Li, sensed the change in the 5 elemental power and congratulated him with a light laugh. If I hadn't mastered a bit of the magnetite divine light, how could I hope to move this mountain? Han Li replied with a chuckle. Although just 1 or 2 layers of the magnetite divine light are enough to move the mountain, taking it away won't be easy. If your method doesn't work, you might as well leave it here. I can guarantee no one will disturb you while you cultivate, and the palace's resources will be at your disposal. Ling Yuling couldn't help but suggest. Ling Taoist, there's no need to mention that again. If I wanted to join your palace, I would have agreed back then. As for my method, we'll see if it works soon enough. Han Li glanced at Ling Yuling and said calmly. Han Li tossed a small ball of spiritual light into the air, where it floated motionless. He then reached to his waist and pulled out a small crimson flag several inches long. The flag emitted a blood-red glow and was accompanied by faint wailing sounds. Ling Yuling was stunned by this object and looked at Han Li in surprise. However, Han Li did not explain anything. Instead, he chanted a spell and tossed the small flag into the air. In a flash of light, the flag grew rapidly, transforming into a giant flag about 10 feet long. The flag's surface shimmered with blood-red light, as if covered in thick blood. Han Li pointed at the flag. Instantly, the giant flag unfurled, and mist appeared, transforming into a blood cloud that flew toward the nearby Yuan magnetic mountain. The cloud eventually stopped at the top of the mountain. The blood cloud then rolled and spread out, covering most of the cave's ceiling and emitting a strong bloody odor, as if it was made of blood. Ling Yuling's divine sense scanned the blood cloud and sensed the profound yin ghost power within, which startled her and made her quickly retract her divine sense, feeling somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Han Li strode to the Yuan magnetic mountain and waved at the floating light ball. The light ball flashed and shot towards the mountain, vanishing into it. Han Li then raised a hand and grabbed at the air in front of the mountain. The mountain's surface flickered with 5-colored spiritual light, and then the mountain shook with a rumbling sound. Finally, it floated up and slowly flew toward the blood cloud. To Ling Yuling's astonished gaze, The large mountain disappeared into the blood cloud and was never seen again. Han Li then cast a spell. The blood cloud in the sky rolled again and finally contracted and transformed back into a small crimson flag, which quickly fell into Han Li's hand. The cave was now empty, as if the Yuan magnetic mountain had never existed. A spatial treasure. Ling Yuling finally came to her senses, her face full of astonishment. This treasure has some spatial abilities. It might be a bit of a joke to you, fellow Taoist Ling, Han Li said with a smile, and then he scanned the crimson soul flag with his divine sense, showing a satisfied expression. Having spatial abilities and being able to store the Yuan magnetic mountain, there are probably very few such treasures in the entire human world. It's impressive that Brother Han found one. Ling Yuling was extremely surprised, but inwardly she smiled bitterly. Years ago, the twin saints of the celestial star left her methods to restrain Han Li, but it only worked if he remained in the star palace to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light. Otherwise, despite the clever methods that could be devised, there was no way to deal with him at this point. She sighed inwardly, completely extinguishing the thought of keeping Han Li in the Star Palace. With a flash of blood light, the flag vanished without a trace. Han Li then pondered for a moment before smiling and addressing Ling Yuling. I can stay in your palace for a while, exchange cultivation insights with you, and also see what problems you might have in your cultivation. However, during this time, I have one more thing that I need your palace to assist with. Brother Han has done great things for our palace. If you need help, just ask. There's no need to be so polite with me, Ling Yuling responded with a light smile, though she was momentarily taken aback. Actually, it's a small matter. I would like to know the recent whereabouts of the Golden Flood Dragon King. It would be even better if we could find out its exact location. Han Li said calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter, but Ling Yuling's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her eyes flashed with a strange color. Brother Han wants to inquire about the golden old demon's whereabouts. Are you planning to? Ling Yuling hesitated and stammered. My search for the Golden Flood Dragon King naturally has some purpose. Fellow Taoist Ling, you need not worry about it. As long as I know its whereabouts, I will not involve the Star Palace. Is this matter too difficult for you? Han Li glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. Since Brother Han has done so much for our palace, even if it is a difficult task, I will not refuse. However, in recent years, most of our people in the Outer Sea have been withdrawn. The Golden Flood Dragon King is a 10th-level demon cultivator, so finding its whereabouts might take some time. Ling Yuling shook her head with a somewhat solemn expression. A longer time is fine. Even if it takes several years, I can wait, Han Li said with a faint smile, showing an unconcerned expression. Since Brother Han says so, I will arrange it immediately. Please just wait for the news, Ling Yuling said, no longer hesitating. Han Li nodded at the promise, showing a satisfied expression. After a few more casual conversations, the two left the cave and disappeared into the passage outside the Jade Gate. 2 years later, above an unnamed deserted island in the chaotic Star Sea, two figures, a man and a woman, floated in the air. The man had an ordinary appearance but bright eyes, while the woman had a delicate appearance and a petite figure. Both appeared very young and of similar age, but the woman was currently speaking respectfully to the man. The man, however, remained impassive and expressionless. According to what you said, the golden flood dragon king will definitely come to this island recently. It won't change its mind at the last minute and go elsewhere, will it? The man's voice was not loud, but the woman immediately replied respectfully. Don't worry, Elder Han. We've investigated multiple times and even interrogated a high-level demon cultivator. The information is accurate. There is a rare spiritual fruit produced at the bottom of this island's sea. Although it's not very useful to us humans, it is the favorite of the dragon clan. The Golden Flood Dragon King comes here every 10 years or so to collect the fruit during its ripening season, almost without fail. If this fruit were transplanted elsewhere, it would immediately wither. It must have been moved to another location by the dragon clan already. Given that it's the ripening season now, the Golden Flood Dragon King would generally come here. The young woman seemed well informed about the dragon clan and was very confident in her reply. Well, if that's the case, I will wait a few more days, the man said in a deep voice. Since the Golden Flood Dragon King was mentioned, the man was naturally Han Li, and the woman was a disciple sent by Ling Yuling to guide him. Through 2 years of extensive investigation by the Star Palace, they finally located the Golden Flood Dragon King. Han Li, who had stayed in the Star Palace, personally accompanied this woman out of the celestial Star City, using a hidden teleportation array left by the Star Palace to quietly arrive in the outer sea, and had been lying in ambush on this island for months. However, until now, the Golden Flood Dragon King had not been found, and Han Li could not help but inquire again. The Star Palace disciples' unhesitating confirmation eased his expression somewhat. Just as Han Li was about to ask more details, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly turned to look at the distant sea. Good, we've finally arrived. From the aura, it is indeed the Golden Flood Dragon King. You should leave this place immediately to avoid any danger, Han Li said with a joyful expression, instructing the woman. The female disciple, upon hearing this, was greatly alarmed and quickly bowed before turning into a white rainbow and shooting away in the opposite direction. As the woman left, Han Li flicked his sleeve, and a small black bottle appeared, spinning in the air. After a burst of gray-white demonic wind, 5 human-shaped skeletons emerged, trembling. Go. Han Li urged with his divine sense, and the 5 skeletons, riding the demonic wind, scattered into the high sky, vanishing without a trace. He then summoned a spirit beast bag, resulting in 12 four-winged centipedes hissing as they flew out, and then burrowing into the island below, hiding underground. Han Li glanced one last time at the distant sea, sneered, and suddenly disappeared from his location. He performed all these actions in the span of a single breath. The deserted island above was instantly empty, as if no one had ever been there. Just a meal's time later, two dazzling streaks of gold and green shot from the distant horizon, and with a sound of breaking through the air, two figures appeared above the sea. One was a burly man in a golden robe with emerald beard, and the other was a slender man in a silver crown and green robe. As soon as they appeared, the golden-robed man's stern face showed a trace of doubt. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his eyes, but did not detect anything unusual. "Did you notice something wrong, Taoist Jin?" The green-robed cultivator asked with some surprise upon seeing this. Just now, from a distance, it seemed like someone used divine sense to probe us, but that divine sense was too weak. "I'm not sure if it was just a fleeting illusion," the golden-robed man said with a frown, not quite certain. If that were the case, it would mean that person's divine sense is much stronger than Brother Jin's. How could that be possible? The green-robed cultivator laughed in disbelief upon hearing this. "Brother Feng overestimates me. Although I'm called the Golden Flood Dragon King, in reality, I'm just putting on a show in the nearby sea. Outside of the Star Sea, I'm nothing much." The golden-robed man shook his head, quickly scanning the island with his divine sense and finding nothing unusual, which eased his mind. He naturally didn't know that the 5 demons had already scattered to high altitudes, while the 6-winged frost centipedes were hidden hundreds of feet underground. As for Han Li himself, his divine sense was genuinely far superior to theirs, making it impossible for them to detect him. Brother Jin is too modest. Except for those in the spirit transformation stage, who else can contend with Brother Jin? But this place is indeed remote. If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't have thought that the dragon scale fruit would grow here. Although the green-robed cultivator was somewhat dismissive of the golden-robed man's caution, he smiled and subtly flattered him. Chapter 1250, The Dragon Scale Fruit. The golden-robed man, the golden flood dragon king, looked at the green-robed cultivator with a trace of surprise in his eyes. "In my youth, I stumbled upon this tree by chance. Since then, I've come to collect its fruit every 10 years. Human records describe this fruit as miraculous, claiming it can grant ascension during the day. However, to high-level human cultivators, it's considered useless, merely satisfying our dragon clan's appetite. But who knows that although this fruit may not be as miraculous as human records claim, regular consumption can significantly enhance one's physical strength. It's extremely rare in the world, and human cultivators seldom have the chance to understand this. I'm surprised that you, Taoist Feng, know this secret and also understand how to transplant it," the golden flood dragon king said, his gaze fixed on the green-robed cultivator. The green-robed cultivator, Feng Zai, responded calmly, "I learned about the dragon scale fruit's secrets and transplantation method from the remains of an ancient demon. It said that although each consumption has only a minimal effect, over time, It can transform one's body to a level comparable to that of a true dragon. Is this true? In theory, it's possible, but in practice, it's unlikely. Even if we gathered all the dragon-scale fruit trees in the world, it wouldn't be enough for one person to consume continuously. This single tree is already extremely precious to our dragon clan. If Taoist Feng hadn't been so confident about the transplantation method, I wouldn't have brought you here, the Golden Flood Dragon King said, his expression serious. Haha, Feng Zai, am well acquainted with many of your esteemed friends. How could I deceive you with false claims? But Brother Jin about our agreement. Feng Zai, who was once almost cornered by Han Li, revealed himself as the 9th-level Rift Wind beast from years ago. The golden-robed man was indeed the Golden Flood Dragon King. His current form was quite different from the half-human, half-dragon form seen on Bai Ling Island, now appearing as an ordinary human. As long as Taoist Feng's information is accurate, I will not go back on my word and will give you those few spirit herbs, the Golden Flood Dragon King said with a wave of his hand. Feng Zai's face brightened with joy, and he clasped his hands in thanks. Those herbs will be very useful to me. No need for such formalities. Everything depends on whether your transplantation technique is successful. The Golden Flood Dragon King replied indifferently. Rest assured. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have dared to approach Brother Jin. This transplantation method, developed by an ancient demon, is useful not only for dragon-scale fruit trees, but also for other spirit herbs and plants, Feng Zai said with great confidence. Let's hope so, the Golden Flood Dragon King said with a hint of skepticism. Seeing this, Feng Zai smiled but said no more. He was about to descend when the Golden Flood Dragon King interrupted him. Hold on. The Golden Flood Dragon King's words made Feng Zai pause in surprise. I still feel uneasy. I have a nagging sense of danger. I'll use another secret technique to search thoroughly to avoid any issues, the Golden Flood Dragon King said with a grim expression. Feng Zai, although displeased, could only nod reluctantly. The Golden Flood Dragon King took out a golden bead and pressed it against his forehead, closing his eyes. As time passed, the bead's glow intensified, and the Golden Flood Dragon King's face showed signs of effort. The bead was a rare auxiliary treasure that greatly magnified a cultivator's divine sense. With the bead's assistance, the Golden Flood Dragon King's divine sense became significantly stronger, with a much broader search range and increased intensity. After a short while, the Golden Flood Dragon King's expression changed. He opened his eyes, which now glowed with brilliance. He put away the bead and shouted, "Who dares to scheming against me? Show yourself." The roar echoed like thunder, spreading in all directions. Feng Zai was startled by the Golden Flood Dragon King's shout, and also extended his divine sense to search, looking puzzled. The Golden Flood Dragon King's gaze was fixed on a specific spot on the island, his face cold. I didn't expect that you still had such a treasure. I underestimated you, A calm voice came from the direction the golden flood dragon king was staring at. A young man, Han Li, emerged from a flash of spiritual light and flew towards them. "It's you." That surnamed Li Kid. The Golden Flood Dragon King and Feng Zai recognized Han Li at the same time, their reactions starkly different. Feng Zai was both shocked and delighted, while the Golden Flood Dragon King was wary. Does Taoist Feng recognize this person? The Golden Flood Dragon King's pupils contracted as he coldly asked Feng Zai. "Brother Jin, this man is the one who killed your grandson and stole the treasures I was refining. I can't believe he dares to appear in the outer sea again after all these years. This time, he must not escape. Wait, his cultivation." Feng Zai's excitement turned to disbelief as he sensed Han Li's aura. "Escape? Can't you see that this person is deliberately seeking trouble with us?" The Golden Flood Dragon King's eyes flashed with gold as he said coldly. "Impossible. He was just a core formation cultivator back then. How could he have such formidable cultivation now? Has he really reached the great cultivator stage?" Han Li did not hide his cultivation level, and Feng Zai's shock was evident as he realized Han Li had indeed reached the nascent soul stage. Taoist Feng has been in seclusion for most of the past few centuries. It seems you haven't heard about the events on Bai Ling Island. This person is indeed at the late stage of nascent soul. Now that he has blocked us, we must be cautious, the Golden Flood Dragon King said, subtly transmitting this message to Feng Zai. Feng Zai's lips twitched as he nodded in agreement. As the two demons glared at Han Li with hostility, Han Li spoke. "Originally, I intended to wait for Brother Jin, but it's quite a pleasant surprise to see another old acquaintance. It seems my trip here was not in vain," Han Li said with a cold smile, looking at Feng Zai. "Borrow my demon core. Are you trying to give it to me as a gift since you think the top-grade spirit stone is too hot to handle?" The Golden Flood Dragon King sneered, his expression turning hostile. "The top-grade spirit stone is still of use to me and cannot be given to you. I only came here to borrow your demon core. I hope you'll hand it over voluntarily to avoid a confrontation," Han Li said, turning his gaze to the Golden Flood Dragon King. "Borrow my demon core? How dare you speak such words in front of me? Fine, very well. If you want it, come and take it yourself." The Golden Flood Dragon King roared with rage, his golden robe suddenly transforming into a brilliant golden armor. At the same time, his face became covered with golden scales, and a dragon tail emerged behind him. He quickly transformed into his battle form, a half-human, half-dragon shape. A golden spear appeared in his hand, crackling with arcs of silver light. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear with a thunderous roar. The spear vanished in a flash and reappeared in front of Han Li, crackling with electric arcs. Seeing this, Han Li's expression changed slightly, but he was prepared. Without hesitation, he pulled out an item from his sleeve and waved it lightly. A silver lotus appeared before him, and the golden spear struck its center. With a thunderous roar, The silver lotus vibrated violently and emitted 7-colored Buddha light, which blocked the golden spear, although the lotus's light dimmed slightly from the impact. Han Li quickly formed a hand seal, and a pair of azure-white wings appeared behind him, allowing him to retreat 10 or so feet to stabilize his position. He looked at the two demons with a hint of mockery. Thunder and lightning wings. Feng Zai was both angry and frustrated. He flicked his sleeves, and 2 red short spears appeared in his hands. He threw the short spears, which turned into 2 red streaks, shooting towards Han Li. Han Li coldly watched Feng Zai, and with a snort, spat out a green glowing orb that revealed a small, several-inch-wide cauldron inside. It was the void sky cauldron. Activating the cauldron, Han Li made it emit a clear sound, and its lid flew open. The 2 red streaks approached Han Li and began to spin in the air, crossing and aiming to slice him. But Han Li simply pointed at the small cauldron, and a burst of green silk shot out, splitting into countless green rays that enveloped the 2 red streaks. Feng Zai's eyes widened in shock as he tried to control his treasures to break free from the green light. But he lost contact with them and could only watch as they were pulled into the cauldron, disappearing from sight. Feng Zai was stunned, unable to move, and stared in disbelief. These 2 short halberds were acquired by Feng Zai after he killed a nascent soul-stage human cultivator long ago. They possessed several extraordinary magical abilities, but now, before they could be activated, they were effortlessly absorbed by the unassuming small cauldron. This happened so easily that Feng Zai started to feel a bit uneasy. Only now did he completely separate Han Li from the core formation stage cultivator, who once had to flee for his life from him. Be careful, fellow Taoist Feng. This small cauldron might be the rumored void heaven cauldron among humans. It's better for us to join forces, the Golden Jiao King said after his initial attack failed. He didn't recklessly attack again, but instead summoned his golden spear back and advised Feng Zai. The void heaven cauldron. Very well, let's do as you say. As long as we can kill this person, I don't want the cauldron. I just want my wind thunder wings back, Feng Zai said viciously, a mix of realization and humiliation in his tone. Good, it's settled then. The Golden Jiao King laughed heartily. His golden armor radiated dazzling light, making it difficult to look directly at him. Clearly, this was a sign that the demon had activated his mana to the fullest extent. At that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The Golden Jiao King let out a long howl, and 2 arms covered in golden scales suddenly appeared under his ribs. Each new hand grasped at the void, and with a flash of light, one held a 3-foot-long misty white sword while the other gripped a golden shield, covered in scales the size of copper coins, seemingly made from the Jiao King's own scales. The only empty hand performed a mystical incantation. Seeing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes, and a few words like Brahma Saint Scroll flashed through his mind. Thinking of the existence of the ancient demon, his face turned somber. Feng Zai discarded his long robe, revealing his bare upper body. His back arched, and 2 lumps protruded, transforming into a pair of wings. The wings were about a foot long and bright green. Almost simultaneously, Feng Zai's human face turned grayish-green, and his hands transformed into a pair of sharp claws, emitting a chilling glint. This demon had revealed his half-demon form. "It seems you two intend to gang up on me. Very well, I have some helpers of my own," Han Li said with a light smile, despite his twitching lips. Feng Zai and the Golden Jiao King were momentarily confused, not understanding Han Li's words, when they suddenly heard eerie howls from the distant sky. Something seemed to be shooting towards them from all directions. At the same time, 12 streaks of white light shot up from the island below, heading towards the sky. "Quick, attack. We must kill him before his reinforcements arrive," the Golden Jiao King shouted, his face filled with determination. With that, he stopped his incantation and spat out a golden beam of light the size of a bowl. He then moved, wielding his 3 weapons and leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged towards Han Li. Feng Zai did not dare to hesitate. He flapped his wings, and his figure blurred into a faint green shadow, also rushing forward. Han Li's brow twitched, but he didn't dodge. He raised one hand, and a green wooden ruler appeared, spinning in his palm. A silver lotus bloomed before him, enveloping his figure in its glow. At the same time, his other hand flicked, and a tricolored light emerged, forming a tricolored fan. Han Li held the fan and waved it at the incoming golden beam. A tricolored fire column surged out, colliding with the golden beam just in front of the silver lotus. There was a muffled sound. Despite being formed from the Golden Jiao King's pure demonic power, the golden beam was swallowed by the tricolored flames after a slight pause. Seeing this, the Golden Jiao King's heart trembled, but he did not stop. He threw his scaled shield ahead, forming a thick golden barrier around himself while continuing to attack with his sword and spear. The white sword light and golden spear glow formed a net, striking at the tricolored flames like a storm. Han Li was slightly surprised. These weapons were extraordinarily sharp and resistant to the tricolored flames. The golden and white net blocked the firelight from the exploding flames. Han Li glanced at Feng Zai's aggressive attack indifferently and seemingly ignored it. Instead, he opened his mouth, and several golden beams shot out. There was a series of dull sounds. Whether it was the green feathers or the claw shadows, once they struck the silver lotus, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had no effect. A look of surprise appeared on Feng Zai's face. Several inch-long golden swords appeared before him. Feng Zai was startled and flapped his wings, causing his figure to blur. The sword lights flashed through, but Feng Zai's body vanished, leaving only an afterimage. In the next moment, Feng Zai reappeared 20 yards away, his face pale, as if the teleportation had consumed a lot of his energy. Han Li frowned. He hadn't expected Feng Zai to be skilled in wind-based teleportation, making it more difficult to kill him. While considering this, Han Li's divine sense urged the small swords, which grew to a foot long and turned back, chasing after Feng Zai. Feng Zai's face turned grim. He raised his claws and conjured two massive green claws in the air, grabbing at the swords. The green claws caught the small swords, and Feng Zai's face showed a trace of savagery as he exerted force, trying to destroy the swords. However, the swords were incredibly tough, showing no damage under the green claws. Feng Zai's heart sank. Before he could think of another method, the swords vibrated and slipped out like fish, circling the claws and cutting them into pieces. The green claw remnants disappeared. The swords then turned, and once again flew towards Feng Zai with eerie precision. Feng Zai was genuinely terrified. He spat out a green jade bowl that expanded into a screen, trying to capture the swords. But the swords sliced through the screen with a few crisp sounds, continuing their pursuit. Feng Zai, face pale, flapped his wings and turned into a green beam, trying to escape. The golden swords followed closely, matching his speed. Feng Zai was in dire straits. He could only flee, while occasionally glancing at the golden Jiao King. What he saw made his heart sink further. The golden Jiao King had reached Han Li's side after blocking the tricolored flames. His weapons struck the silver lotus repeatedly, causing it to waver. Inside the lotus, Han Li calmly waved his green ruler. Each time the lotus seemed about to shatter, 7-colored Buddhist light flashed from the lotus heart, and it restored itself. The golden Jiao King couldn't harm him at all. Feng Zai's eyes flickered, considering whether to flee. Han Li's power was far beyond his expectations, and even his flying swords were formidable, handling both of them with ease. But just then, Feng Zai's escape was halted by the appearance of a dozen snow-white centipedes, each about a foot long, surrounding him. They were crystal clear with 4 wings on their backs. 6-winged frost centipedes. Feng Zai gasped, his face turning grim. The golden Jiao King paused his attack and turned into a golden rainbow, trying to flee alone. From within the lotus, Han Li's voice came calmly. Too late to escape now. As he spoke, 10 crimson threads shot out, wrapping around the golden Jiao King and turning into thick fiery ropes that engulfed him in flames. At the same time, a gray-white demonic wind blew, and 5 ghost heads, each as big as a cartwheel, emerged, diving into the flames without hesitation. From within the flames came the golden Jiao King's terrified and pained screams, filled with despair and horror. Chapter 1252, Bone Tempering Technique. Seeing this, Feng Zai's heart turned icy cold. Not only did he have to worry about Han Li attacking him again, but the dozen or so 6-winged frost centipedes around him were already beyond his capability to handle. Having made up his mind, Feng Zai wasted no time. He performed a hand incantation, causing his exposed upper body to turn bright red. Countless blood threads shot out from his skin, transforming into clouds of blood mist that quickly enveloped his body. Simultaneously, His wings absorbed a substantial amount of the blood mist, turning a deep red. Taking a deep breath, Fengzai flapped his wings, preparing to activate a secret technique and flee. However, at that moment, a melodious Buddhist chant sounded from below, and a tremendous suction force suddenly gripped him. Fengzai felt his body tighten, unable to move an inch. His internal mana also froze, losing its control. In terror, he noticed a silver lotus, about a foot wide, blooming beneath him. It emanated a 7-colored Buddhist light that enveloped him. Panic-stricken, Fengzai hurriedly tried to break free using a spell. But the 12 waiting snow-white centipedes seized the opportunity, spraying cold air as they attacked simultaneously. The white cold air enveloped the blood mist, and soon, Fengzai's screams echoed from within. In the distance, Han Li, playing with the 8-spirit ruler, appeared indifferent, as if everything was within his control. Suddenly, the sounds from the fire engulfing the golden Jiao King ceased. Han Li raised an eyebrow and looked over. A thunderous boom erupted from the center of the fire, causing flames to scatter. Amidst the fire, something shot out with incredible speed. Han Li's expression darkened. Thunder rumbled behind him, and he vanished. In the next instant, as the object revealed itself, a flash of blue-white lightning appeared above it, and Han Li materialized, staring down expressionlessly. Below him was a miniature skeletal dragon, only about a foot long, but its entire body glowed golden, resembling pure gold. The dragon held a thumb-sized golden orb in its mouth, and ghostly green flames flickered in its eye sockets. Behind it, the 5 ghost heads, looking quite disgruntled and slightly damaged, emerged from the fire. Upon seeing the ghosts, the skeletal dragon quickly turned into a golden beam and vanished into the void. Han Li coldly snorted. A black light flickered between his brows, and a third black eye appeared, shooting a black beam that also disappeared into the void. A muffled explosion followed, and the skeletal dragon was forcibly expelled from the void, tumbling several times. Realizing the dire situation, the dragon tried to flee again, but it was too late. A blue light flashed, and a net of blue threads shot out from the nearby void, binding the dragon tightly. Almost simultaneously, a golden light about a foot long shot down from above, splitting the dragon in half. A green flame escaped from the dragon's remains, trying to flee in panic. However, Han Li had anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, a large blue hand appeared, grabbing the green flame. With a flash of light, Han Li appeared nearby, shaking his sleeve to release a small green bottle. The bottle flipped in midair, spewing out a black mist that engulfed the green flame, drawing it inside. Han Li retrieved the green bottle, scanned it with his divine sense, and smiled with satisfaction. The essence of a 10th-level demon beast was an invaluable treasure. He then collected the golden orb and the dragon's remains. He didn't need to guess that the orb was the golden Jiao core, the main objective of his trip. He studied the golden skeleton briefly, then stored it with the orb in his storage bag. Fengzai, trapped by the eight-spirit ruler, was frozen in a massive ice block by the six-winged frost centipedes. Hanley glanced at his former formidable enemy and shook his head. With a mental command, the flying swords circling nearby turned into golden streaks, slicing through the ice block and Fengzai within, chopping them into pieces. A green soul fled from the remains, only to be swallowed by a four-winged centipede, becoming its meal. Hanley collected the storage bags left by the two demons and examined them. He was pleasantly surprised. In Fengzai's storage bag, he found an ancient jade slip containing several demon cultivation techniques and detailed information on the true effects of the dragon scale fruit and its transplantation method. This discovery delighted Hanley immensely. From the golden Jiao King's storage bag, Hanley found an intriguing technique called the bone tempering technique, which allowed both humans and demons to temper their bones like refining magical treasures, thus strengthening their physical bodies. Although the technique required significant time to cultivate, Hanley noted it for future use and stored the jade slip. After gathering his ghost heads and spiritual insects, Hanley transformed into a blue streak, diving into the nearby sea. Given the dragon scale fruit's wondrous properties, he was determined to find it. After breaking through several restrictions in an underwater cave near the island, Hanley finally found the fruit tree. Fortunately, Fengzai had come prepared to transplant the tree, and all necessary materials were in his storage bag. Using the recorded demon technique, Hanley shrank the tree and stored it in his bag. Shortly after, a blue streak broke through the sea's surface and disappeared into the horizon. When Hanley returned to the southern heaven through a teleportation array, it was over half a year later. Upon arriving at the Yunmeng Mountains, he immediately gathered Nangong Wan, a few disciples, and Elder Lu Luo for a secret meeting. After a long discussion, everyone left with solemn expressions, indicating that Hanley had shared significant news. Soon after, disciples of the Falling Cloud sect noticed the sect began collecting rare spiritual herbs and frequently convening high-level meetings. News spread across the southern heaven that Hanley, the top cultivator of the region, had discovered a secret technique during his travels, promising to break through the nascent soul bottleneck. However, this technique required a special secret place for cultivation. Thus, Hanley planned to leave the sect for several hundred years, entering seclusion unless the sect faced a dire crisis. This announcement stirred mixed reactions among the various sects. Some were secretly pleased, while others worried about potential chaos. A year later, Hanley and his close disciples, including Nangong Wan and Mu Paling, vanished, with Liu Yu remaining behind. The Falling Cloud sect ceased its expansion, focusing on consolidating its power. Other sects, wary of Hanley's reputation, refrained from making any moves. Decades turned into centuries without any news of Hanley. His name gradually faded into legend, and the position of the Grand Elder remained vacant for a millennium before a new one was appointed. With nearly 1,000 years of development, the Falling Cloud sect became a true powerhouse in the southern heaven, thriving for millennia. Since the great battle with the ancient demon, the outer prohibitions of the Demonfall Valley have gradually weakened. Over the years, the outer valley has become accessible to average cultivators. However, as more treasure seekers entered, the valley's rare minerals, spiritual herbs, and spiritual woods were quickly depleted. Only in the most hidden, undiscovered corners could one occasionally find some good items, dependent on personal luck and fortune. As a result, the number of treasure-seeking cultivators dwindled, and now the outer valley is scarcely different from any other spiritual mountain or land, visited only by a few low-level cultivators hopping for a stroke of luck. In contrast, the inner valley of the Demonfall Valley has gained an increasingly fearsome reputation. The prohibitions in the inner valley have not weakened over the years. The space fissures remain as dense as ever. Additionally, in the past 200 to 300 years, a strange milky white fog has mysteriously enveloped the valley. Though this fog does not actively harm cultivators, anyone entering it immediately becomes dizzy and disoriented, with their divine sense severely impaired. Further progress leads to complete loss of direction. This phenomenon once stirred the entire southern heavens. Many speculated that the valley contained a rare treasure causing this celestial phenomenon. However, despite the allure of the treasure, most high-level cultivators hesitated to risk their lives venturing into the inner valley. Nevertheless, a few greedy nascent soul rogue cultivators, relying on their treasures to disperse the fog, ventured in together. These cultivators were trapped in the fog for several years, their treasures rendered ineffective, and only managed to escape by sheer luck. Subsequently, other confident cultivators entered the inner valley, but faced even worse fates, either perishing in space fissures or being trapped even longer. The longest was trapped for 50 to 60 years. Had the inner valley not been rich in spiritual energy, allowing them to replenish their magic power at will, none would have survived. These events spread and frightened other nascent soul cultivators, deterring anyone from recklessly entering the valley again. Thus, the inner valley of the Demonfall Valley became a forbidden zone in the southern heavens cultivation world, with few daring to linger near its entrance. With the passage of time, cultivators grew accustomed to the fog in the inner valley. Some new cultivators even believed the fog was a natural part of the Demonfall Valley, not questioning its origin. Unknown to all, in a secluded valley within the inner valley, a small cave dwelling built entirely of fine jade lay exposed in the valley. Beside the cave was an ordinary-looking medicinal garden, only about 100 zhang wide, filled with rare spiritual herbs that would make any outside cultivator green with envy. These herbs, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 years old, emitted enticing fragrances. The small valley was protected by layers of intricate prohibitions, making it nearly impossible for even nascent soul-level cultivators to escape easily. Inside the medicinal garden, a stone house stood in the center, empty except for a single prayer mat. On the mat sat a slender figure, motionless like a statue. After an unknown period, the figure stirred, stood up, and slowly walked out of the stone house. In the faint sunlight, the figure's face became clear. It was Han Lei, but his expression was wooden, devoid of any emotion. Han Li walked to a corner of the garden, reached into the soil, and pulled out a small green bottle. He moved to a particularly verdant vine, dropped a bit of green liquid from the bottle at its base, and watched it quickly absorb the liquid. He then returned the bottle to its original place and headed back to the stone house, as if to sit down again. At that moment, Han Li paused, and a white light-emitting plate flew out of his sleeve, landing in his hand. He looked at the plate, which displayed green text as someone transmitted a message. Han Li immediately turned into a cyan streak, leaving the garden and flying to a hidden corner of the valley. As he landed, a small teleportation array about a zhang wide appeared at his feet. Han Li stood there silently. Moments later, the array activated, and a faint cyan figure was teleported out. When the figure took a step out of the array, another Han Li appeared. "We are one and the same. There's no need for thanks," the first Han Li replied flatly. He was a humanoid puppet, controlled by Han Li's second nascent soul. The newly arrived Han Li was the true Han Li, who had just emerged from the gourd space after a period of closed-door cultivation. It had been 300 years since Han Li left the fallen cloud sect. Back then, he took Nangong Wan and the others to the chaotic star sea via an ancient teleportation array, established a base on a secluded island with a decent spiritual vein, and then returned to the Demonfall Valley in the southern heavens to enter the gourd space and cultivate the magnetite divine light. Before entering the gourd space, Han Li had placed the Heavens Mechanism Mansion, along with his gold-devouring beetles and other spiritual insects and beasts, inside the valley and established a medicinal garden, transplanting the Xuan Heaven Immortal Vine, dragon scale fruit tree, and other rare plants he brought from the Mother Peak. He left the humanoid puppet and the mysterious bottle to take care of everything. Still not completely at ease, Han Li spent a year setting up a massive ancient formation, releasing fog that disrupted the senses and divine awareness of any intruders, enveloping most of the inner valley. After making these arrangements and issuing several commands to his second nascent soul, Han Li used the teleportation array to enter the gourd space. Before beginning his cultivation, Han Li refined the golden Jiao King's inner core into a golden elemental elixir root using a special method suggested by the child, which allowed him to cultivate the magnetite divine light without any issues. This was a stroke of luck for Han Li. Otherwise, he would have wasted over 100 years discovering the core's problems. Restarting the cultivation process would have been fraught with difficulties. Even so, the cultivation process was not smooth. The initial stages were swift due to the aid of the magnetite mountain. However, later stages frequently encountered bottlenecks, and Han Li nearly suffered severe setbacks multiple times. Had he not had numerous spiritual herbs and the mysterious bottle to mature them, his cultivation might have regressed. The most painful part was integrating his 5 elemental powers with the magnetite force of the magnetite mountain, rendering him unable to leave the mountain for decades. Finally, after more than 200 years of arduous cultivation in the gourd space, Han Li mastered the technique and fully refined the magnetite mountain, making it a treasure he could store within his body. After this, things went smoothly. Han Li took an opportune moment, consumed multiple spiritual pills, including the demon Yuan pill, and with the aid of top-grade spirit stones and 5 extreme cold flames, broke through to the early divine transformation stage, becoming a divine transformation cultivator. Reaching this stage allowed Han Li to manipulate the elements and control the weather, akin to the legendary immortals of folklore, achieving a near-godly status. Elated, Han Li left the Demonfall Valley to visit the chaotic Star Sea. He found Nangong Wan and his disciples safe and sound. His sect had even established a considerable influence, controlling dozens of islands. Han Li had no particular reaction to this development, remaining indifferent. Nangong Wan and the disciples were overjoyed at Han Li's achievement, celebrating extensively. By this time, Nangong Wan, with Han Li's substantial aid, had reached the late nascent soul stage and was striving for a breakthrough. Shi Jian, another promising talent, had also successfully formed his nascent soul. Han Li was gratified by these developments. However, a piece of unfortunate news cast a shadow. Mu Paling, desperate to break through her nascent soul bottleneck due to her dwindling lifespan, succumbed to inner demons and perished. Han Li felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. He had provided her with numerous elixirs to aid her breakthrough, but fate had other plans. Paying his respects at her grave, Han Li then spent over a decade on the island with Nangong Wan before returning to the southern heavens to continue his cultivation. Chapter 1254, 5 Dragon Sea. Before his departure, Han Li brings Shi Jian back to Tian Nan and instructs him to go to the extreme west and seize the position of the leader of the Qianzhu sect, thus inheriting the mantle of the Great Yan Divine Lord. Shi Jian, already familiar with the story of the Great Yan Divine Lord through Han Li, agrees without hesitation. Upon teleporting to Tian Nan, Shi Jian bids farewell to Han Li and heads to the extreme west alone. With his current nascent soul cultivation level, taking over the Qianzhu sect is an easy task, so Han Li has no concerns. Returning to the Fallen Devil Valley, Han Li begins his cultivation to reach the deity transformation stage. Utilizing the transplantation techniques he learned from Feng Zai, Han Li successfully moves various spiritual herbs, previously untransplantable, out of the mustard seed space. This enables him to refine the scarlet cloud pills without restrictions, despite them being potent enough to assist even in the deity transformation stage. With an ample supply of these elixirs, Han Li's cultivation to the initial peak of the deity transformation stage progresses swiftly. After over a century of arduous cultivation, he perfects the final layer of the Azure Origin sword technique. Unable to advance further due to the thin spiritual energy in the human realm, Han Li decides to leave seclusion. During his seclusion, he kept in contact with several old nascent soul cultivators in the Great Jin through the 10,000-mile talisman, sharing bits of the information left by Silvermoon. This led them to discover a usable spatial node after extensive efforts. Thrilled by the discovery, the cultivators, including Xiang Zhili, Feng Lao, and Hu Lao, prepare for over 100 years before finally venturing into the spatial node. Unfortunately, their life lamps left in the human realm soon extinguish, indicating their demise, except for Hu Lao's lamp, which also dims significantly before eventually going out. Learning this through the 10,000-mile talisman, Han Li realizes the extreme dangers of the spatial node, which exceed his expectations. Aware that Silvermoon's warnings were not exaggerated, he understands the perilous nature of this path. Fortunately, Xiang Zhili kept his promise and left Han Li the location of the spatial node. Realizing he cannot advance further in his current realm, Han Li decides to personally inspect the node and make thorough preparations. The spatial node is located in an unfamiliar sea region called the Five Dragon Sea, accessible through a teleportation array controlled by the nascent soul cultivators of Great Jin. Han Li plans to visit the node before preparing to travel. With this in mind, Han Li leaves the Fallen Devil Valley, delegating the guardianship of the mustard seed space to a humanoid puppet. He then heads to the Five Dragon Sea. On a picturesque island in the Five Dragon Sea, several nascent soul cultivators are gathered in a stone pavilion, engaging in a casual exchange. Lady Bai, I heard you recently refined a batch of fragrant pills, which are excellent for cleansing the meridians. May I have a few? Asks an elder in a gray robe, stroking his beard as he speaks to a green-robed woman. Brother Can, you're joking. Everyone knows you're skilled in alchemy yourself. Why would you need my fragrant pills? However, I do need some for my disciples, says a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe, smiling before the woman can respond. The two of you need not argue. I brought enough fragrant pills for both of you. I only hope the items you offer in exchange won't disappoint me, says the green-robed woman gently. The cultivators are holding a small exchange meeting. Another participant, a yellow-faced man, places a golden box on the table and pushes it toward the elder, requesting 2 dragon transformation pills in exchange for a rare whale beast in her core, crucial for his demon beast's evolution. The elder initially refuses, but is intrigued by the inner core. Just then, A calm male voice from outside the pavilion asks to see the inner core. Surprised, the cultivators turn to see a young man in a blue robe, appearing ordinary but with unusually clear eyes. Despite the island's protective formations, the young man appears unaffected, causing the cultivators to hesitate. The yellow-faced cultivator cautiously questions Han Li, who simply states he seeks directions and, if possible, a sea map. Han Li then remarks on the inner core's deteriorating energy, casually offering a similar but smaller core in exchange for a map and information.